Hello guys, welcome to Fiction Red Harry. So in this video, we will see, what if Harry was found by Andromeda Tonks at age 4 and raised to be a grey politician. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1, The Stolen Child. The autumn rain had turned Little Whinging into a grey watercolor, all smeared edges and running colors. Andromeda Tonks pulled her coat tighter and cursed herself for the 100th time that morning. A simple errand, that's all this was supposed to be. Pick up the estate documents from the Muggle solicitor, sign where Ted had marked, and apparate home before the weather turned worse. But the weather had turned worse an hour ago. The solicitor's office had been closed for renovation, and now she was trudging through suburban Surrey looking for a cafe where she could dry off and call her husband to sort out this mess. Privet Drive looked like every other street in this painfully ordinary neighborhood. Identical houses, identical hedges, identical lives. Andromeda had never understood why Muggles craved such sameness. Surely it drove them mad, waking up every morning to the same beige existence. She was passing number 4 when she heard the shouting. "Freak! I told you to finish the weeding before Vernon got home. Do you want to explain to him why the garden looks like a jungle?" Andromeda slowed. The voice was coming from behind the house, shrill and venomous in a way that made her skin prickle with recognition. She'd grown up in the House of Black. She knew what cruelty sounded like when it wore a domestic mask. "I'm sorry, Aunt Petunia. I tried, but the rain. Don't you dare make excuses to me." The second voice was small. Too small. Andromeda found herself moving before she'd made a conscious decision, her feet carrying her toward the low fence that separated the back garden from the street. A woman stood on the back step, horse-faced and apoplectic, pointing at a patch of muddy garden. Rain plastered her hair to her skull, but she seemed too furious to notice. At her feet, literally at her feet, kneeling in the mud, was a child. The boy couldn't have been more than 4 years old. He was soaked through, his clothes hanging off his thin frame like wet rags, dark hair plastered to his skull. He was trying to pull weeds from the sodden earth with fingers that shook from cold. "You'll stay out here until it's done," the woman snarled. "No dinner. No coming inside. If you can't do a simple task, excuse me." Andromeda's voice cut through the rain like a knife. She hadn't meant to speak, hadn't planned any of this, but the words came out cold and sharp, honed by decades of Black family training. The woman, Petunia, the boy had called her, spun around. Her face cycled through surprise, indignation, and a familiar suburban hostility. "This is private property. Whatever you're selling, we don't want any." "I'm not selling anything." Andromeda kept her voice pleasant, but her eyes were on the child. He'd looked up at her interruption, and, the lightning bolt scar was partially hidden by his wet hair, but she could see it. She could see those eyes, too. Lily Evans's eyes, staring up at her from a face that was all James Potter. Merlin's bloody bones. "Then you can move along," Petunia snapped. "This is a family matter." "Is it?" Andromeda smiled, and it wasn't a nice smile. It was the smile she'd learned at her mother's knee, the smile that preceded duels and disinheritances and whispered threats in dark corridors. "Because from where I'm standing, it looks like you're forcing a small child to garden in a rainstorm. I wonder what your neighbors would think of that." Petunia's face went pale, then red, then pale again. "How dare you? He's our nephew. We took him in out of the goodness of our hearts, did you?" Andromeda looked at the boy again. Harry Potter. The boy who lived, hero of the wizarding world, savior of them all, kneeling in the mud like a house elf, shaking with cold, flinching every time his aunt raised her voice. "How charitable of you. Get off our property before I call the police." "By all means, call them." Andromeda's smile widened. "I'm sure they'd be fascinated to hear about the conditions this child is being kept in. The clothes that don't fit, the obvious malnutrition, the forced labor in dangerous weather. I'm not an expert in Muggle law, but I believe there are agencies that investigate such things. She dropped the word deliberately, Muggle, watching Petunia's face for recognition. There it was. The flash of fear, quickly suppressed. This woman knew what her nephew was. She knew, and she hated him for it. You're one of them, Petunia breathed. One of those freaks. I'm Andromeda Tonks, née Black. She let the name settle like a stone in water. And I believe we have things to discuss, Mrs. Dursley. Inside, perhaps, where we won't be overheard. For a moment, she thought Petunia would refuse. The woman's hands were clenched into fists, her jaw set with stubborn hatred. But something in Andromeda's expression must have convinced her, because she jerked her head toward the back door. Boy. Inside. Now. Harry scrambled to his feet, nearly slipping in the mud. He didn't look at Andromeda as he passed, kept his eyes down, his shoulders hunched, making himself as small as possible. It was a posture she recognized from her own childhood, from watching the house elves navigate her mother's moods. The kitchen was aggressively normal. Floral wallpaper, gleaming appliances, a calendar with pictures of kittens. A fat blonde boy sat at the table stuffing biscuits into his mouth, and he looked up with piggy eyes as they entered. Mum. Who's that? Is it about the freak? Dudley, go to your room. But I want to watch. Now, Dudley. The boy left, grumbling, and Petunia rounded on Andromeda with desperate fury. What do you want? We've done everything that old man asked. Kept him, fed him, have you? Andromeda looked pointedly at Harry, who had pressed himself into a corner, still dripping muddy water onto the linoleum. What old man? Petunia's lips pressed into a thin line. The one who left him on our doorstep. Dumbledore. Of course. Of course it was Dumbledore. Andromeda felt a cold anger settle in her chest, the kind that didn't burn but froze, preserving itself for later use. The great Albus Dumbledore, champion of the light, had placed the wizarding world's most famous child with magic-hating muggles who treated him like vermin. I see. She kept her voice even. And how long has Harry been living with you? 3 years. Since that night. Petunia spat the words like they were poison. 3 years of dealing with his unnaturalness. The things that happen when he's upset. Breaking windows, making things float, turning my Dudley's hair blue, accidental magic. Perfectly normal for a wizarding child. There is nothing normal about it. Petunia's composure cracked, and for a moment Andromeda saw the real woman underneath, not cruel, perhaps, but terrified. Terrified of the magic she couldn't understand, couldn't control, couldn't pretend didn't exist. Do you know what it's like, having that thing in your house? Knowing that at any moment he's a child, Mrs. Dursley. Not a thing. He's a freak. Just like my sister was. In the corner, Harry made a small sound. Andromeda looked at him and felt her heart crack. He was crying silently, tears mixing with the rain on his face, one hand pressed over his mouth to muffle any noise. How many times had he been punished for crying out loud? She made her decision. I'm taking him. Petunia stared at her. What? I'm taking Harry. Today. Now. Andromeda pulled her wand from her sleeve, not pointing it at anyone, just holding it loosely at her side. You clearly don't want him, and I can provide a home where he'll be treated as a child deserves to be treated. You can't just, there are laws, the police, your laws don't apply to me. Andromeda's voice was soft but final. And even if they did, I suspect you'd have trouble explaining his living conditions to any authority. The cupboard under the stairs, Mrs. Dursley, that's where he sleeps, isn't it? I could smell it when we passed. The food you feed him, scraps, judging by his size. The clothes, your son's cast-offs, by the look of them. How do you think that would play in a custody hearing? Petunia had gone very still. Dumbledore placed him with us. He said it was important. That there were protections, I'm sure there were. Blood wards, probably. Tied to Lily's sacrifice, anchored in Petunia's grudging acceptance. Clever magic, old magic. Also magic that required the host family to provide actual shelter and care, not just a roof and contempt. But those protections only work if the home is a home. You've made it a prison. She was guessing, but from the flicker in Petunia's eyes, she'd guessed right. What guarantee do I have that Dumbledore won't come after us? There it was. The real fear. Not losing Harry, she'd gladly be rid of him, but losing the protection that Dumbledore's interest represented. Whatever the old man had promised or threatened, it had been enough to keep Petunia in line for 3 years. I'll handle Dumbledore. Andromeda smiled again, and this time it was almost kind. You never wanted this burden, Mrs. Dursley. Let me take it. In exchange, you'll never hear from the wizarding world again. No owls, no strange visitors, no reminders that magic exists. You can go back to your normal life and pretend none of this ever happened. Petunia wavered. Andromeda could see her calculating, the relief of being free against the fear of unknown consequences. 3 years of resentment and exhaustion pushing against whatever hold Dumbledore had established. And if I say no? Then I'll leave. Andromeda's voice was pleasant but her eyes were hard. And tomorrow, a very thorough report will arrive at Child Protective Services. I believe they take a dim view of children being forced to sleep in cupboards. The investigation alone would be terribly disruptive to your normal life, and I can't imagine the neighbors would approve. She was bluffing. She didn't actually know if Muggle authorities would do anything useful, and drawing that kind of attention would certainly alert Dumbledore. But Petunia didn't know that, and the threat of scandal was clearly more terrifying to her than any magical consequence. Fine. The word came out strangled. Take him. Take him and get out of my house. Andromeda nodded once, then turned to Harry. The boy was watching them with wide eyes, trembling, clearly not understanding what had just happened. Harry. She crouched down to his level, moving slowly, the way she might approach a frightened animal. My name is Andromeda. I knew your mother, a long time ago. He stared at her. Home. Yes. A real home, with a real bedroom, and people who will take care of you properly. She held out her hand. You don't have to be afraid anymore. Harry looked at her hand like it might bite him. Then, slowly, so slowly it hurt to watch, he reached out and took it. His fingers were ice cold, and she could feel the bones through his skin. I'll send for his things, Andromeda said, rising. Petunia laughed bitterly. He doesn't have things. Just some of Dudley's old clothes and a blanket. Keep them. Of course. Of course he had nothing. Andromeda squeezed Harry's hand gently and led him toward the front door, not looking back. She heard Petunia behind them, already scrubbing at the muddy footprints on her precious linoleum, already erasing the evidence that Harry Potter had ever existed in this house. Outside, the rain had stopped. Weak sunlight was breaking through the clouds, turning the wet pavement into a mirror. Harry squinted up at the sky like he'd never seen it properly before. Where are we going? His voice was barely a whisper. Somewhere safe. Andromeda looked around, checking for Muggles, then knelt beside him again. Harry, I'm going to do something that might feel strange, but I need you to trust me. We're going to travel very quickly to my house. It might feel like being squeezed through a tube. Just hold on to me and close your eyes, all right? He nodded, not really understanding, and she pulled him close. Side-along apparition with a child was risky, but she couldn't exactly hail a taxi. She focused on home, the cottage in Devon, the wards she and Ted had spent years strengthening, the warmth of the kitchen where Dora was probably making a mess of lunch right now. They disappeared with a crack, leaving Privet Drive behind forever. The cottage appeared around them like a dream given form, warm stone walls covered in ivy, windows that glowed with golden light, smoke curling from the chimney. Harry made a small sound of wonder and stumbled when Andromeda let him go. Easy. She steadied him. The first time is always disorienting. The front door burst open, and a girl with bubblegum pink hair came bounding out. Mom! You're back. Dad's been going spare, he said the solicitor's office was. She stopped short, staring at Harry. Mom! Who's that? Nymphadora, this is Harry. He's going to be staying with us for a while. Andromeda's voice carried a warning that made her daughter straighten and close her mouth on whatever questions she'd been about to ask. Harry, this is my daughter. She prefers to be called Tonks. Dora's also acceptable, the girl said, crouching down to Harry's level with a friendly grin. Only Mum calls me Nymphadora, and that's because she's evil. Her hair shifted color as she spoke, cycling through pink to purple to electric blue. Harry's eyes went wide. How did you do that? Metamorphmagus. It means I can change how I look. Watch, her nose lengthened into a duck's bill, then shortened into a pig's snout, then returned to normal. Cool, right? For the first time since Andromeda had found him, Harry smiled. It was small and tentative, like a plant pushing through concrete, but it was real. That's amazing, he breathed. Dora, take Harry inside and get him warmed up. There's soup on the stove, make sure he eats something. I need to speak with your father. Got it. Tonks held out her hand, and Harry took it with only a moment's hesitation. Come on, little brother. Let's get you sorted. Andromeda watched them go, the pink-haired 11-year-old and the too-thin 4-year-old, and felt something shift in her chest. Little brother. Dora had said it casually, instinctively, like it was obvious. Like Harry already belonged. She found Ted in his study, surrounded by the usual chaos of legal documents and enchanted quills. He looked up when she entered, relief flooding his face. There you are. The solicitor said they'd sent a message, but I never received. He stopped, taking in her expression. Andy. What's wrong? She closed the door and leaned against it, suddenly exhausted. I've done something, Ted. Something that's going to change everything. He was on his feet immediately, crossing to take her hands. Tell me. So she told him. All of it, the rain, the shouting, the boy in the mud, the scar she'd recognized, the conditions she'd seen, the deal she'd made. Ted listened without interrupting, his face growing more serious with each word. You took Harry Potter, he said when she finished. From his legally appointed guardians. Without ministry authorization. Yes. Dumbledore placed him there personally. Yes. Dumbledore, the chief warlock of the Wizengamot, supreme mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards, and the most powerful wizard in Britain. I'm aware of his titles, Ted. He was quiet for a long moment. Then he pulled her into his arms and held her tight. Right. So we'd better make this airtight, hadn't we? She laughed into his shoulder, half sob, half relief. You're not angry. Angry? He pulled back to look at her. Andy, you just rescued a child from an abusive home. Of course I'm not angry. I'm terrified of what comes next, but that's different. He kissed her forehead. Now. Walk me through what you saw again. Details. Everything that could be documented. They talked for 2 hours. Ted took notes in his precise solicitor's hand, asking questions, identifying weaknesses, building a case. By the time they emerged, the sun was setting and the smell of burned soup was drifting from the kitchen. I tried to make dinner. Tonks called from somewhere in the house. It didn't go well. Andromeda found them in the living room. Tonks was sitting on the floor, surrounded by scattered photographs, and Harry was curled up on the sofa under a blanket, fast asleep. He'd been cleaned up, his hair was still damp but the mud was gone, and someone had found him clothes that actually fit, probably transfigured from Tonks's old things. "He fell asleep about an hour ago," Tonks said quietly. "He kept saying he wasn't tired, but then he just stopped." She looked up at her mother with eyes too old for 11. "Mom, he asked me if this was a dream. He asked if he was going to wake up back in the cupboard." Andromeda sat down heavily on the sofa's arm. "Did he tell you about the cupboard?" "A little. He said it was where he slept, under the stairs. He said the spiders didn't bother him anymore because he'd gotten used to them." Tonks's hair had gone dark, reflecting her mood. "Mom, who would do that to a kid? People who are afraid of what he is." Andromeda reached out to brush hair from Harry's forehead, revealing the scar. "People who hate magic so much they'd rather destroy a child than accept him." Tonks was quiet. "Then, he's staying, isn't he? For good?" "If I have anything to say about it, yes." "Good." Tonks's hair cycled back to pink, brightening with determination. "I always wanted a little brother." 3 days later, Dumbledore came. Andromeda had been expecting him sooner, honestly. She'd spent those 3 days preparing, strengthening the wards, coaching Harry on what to say, and more importantly, what not to say, coordinating with Ted on their legal position. By the time the headmaster of Hogwarts appeared at their front gate, she was ready. "Andromeda." Dumbledore's eyes were doing that thing where they twinkled without actually conveying warmth. "May I come in? I'd prefer we speak out here, actually." She stepped onto the porch, pulling the door closed behind her. "My family is having dinner." "Ah. Your family." He let the words hang in the air. "I've heard some interesting news, Andromeda. News about a certain child who has gone missing from his relative's home." "Missing?" Andromeda raised an eyebrow. "Surely you don't mean Harry. He's perfectly safe. Simply relocated to an environment more suited to his needs. I placed Harry with his aunt for very specific reasons. Reasons I'm sure you, with your knowledge of ancient magics, can appreciate." "Blood wards." She nodded. "Tied to Lily's sacrifice, anchored in Petunia's acceptance of responsibility. Clever work, headmaster. Very old, very powerful." She paused. "Also very dependent on the host family actually caring for the child. Tell me, when you checked on Harry over the past 3 years, did you notice how thin he was? How frightened? Did you see the cupboard they kept him in?" Something flickered in Dumbledore's eyes. Surprise, perhaps, or guilt. It was gone too quickly to identify. "Sacrifices must sometimes be made for the greater good, don't." Andromeda's voice went cold. "Don't you dare stand there and talk to me about sacrifice. That boy is 4 years old. He's been starved, isolated, and treated like a criminal for the crime of being born with magic. Whatever protection your wards provided isn't worth that price. You don't understand what's at stake. I understand perfectly." She stepped closer, and for a moment, she wasn't a disowned daughter or a middle-aged housewife. She was Andromeda Black, born to one of the oldest magical families in Britain, trained from birth in the arts of war and politics. Voldemort isn't dead. You know it, I know it. And you've been raising Harry as a lamb for slaughter, keeping him weak and desperate so he'll throw himself willingly into whatever destiny you've planned for him." Dumbledore's expression didn't change, but she saw his hand twitch toward his wand. "You're making assumptions, I'm making observations. 3 years, headmaster. 3 years you left him in that house without once checking on his welfare. Either you're criminally negligent, or you knew exactly what was happening and considered it acceptable. Which is it?" Silence stretched between them. Behind Andromeda, she could hear Dora laughing at something, Harry's hesitant voice asking a question. "Normal sounds. Family sounds. What do you want?" Dumbledore asked finally. "I want Harry to stay with us. Officially, legally, with no interference from you or the Ministry." She held up a hand before he could object. And before you mention the blood wards, I've spoken to Harry. He never considered Privet Drive a home. He never felt safe, never felt accepted. Your wards have been weakening for years because their foundation was rotten. And you believe you can protect him better? I know I can. She smiled, and it wasn't a nice smile. The Black family has protections you can't imagine, Headmaster. Wards that have stood for 1,000 years. Knowledge that predates Hogwarts itself. I can teach Harry what he needs to survive, not as your weapon, but as his own person. And if he needs to be a weapon, if he's the only one who can, then he'll be ready. Because I'll have trained him properly, not broken him down until he's desperate enough to die on your command. She stepped back. Go home, Professor. Harry is where he belongs now. Pursue this, and I'll make sure every detail of his treatment at the Dursleys' hands becomes public record. Imagine the headlines, boy who lived raised in cupboard while Dumbledore did nothing. I don't think even your reputation could survive that. Dumbledore studied her for a long moment. The twinkle was gone from his eyes, replaced by something colder, more calculating. He was reassessing her, she realized. Recategorizing her from disgraced black daughter to potential threat. You're playing a dangerous game, Andromeda. I'm playing to win. She opened the door behind her. Good evening, Headmaster. He left without another word. But she knew, watching him disappear beyond the gate, that this was far from over. Albus Dumbledore didn't lose gracefully, and he didn't abandon his plans. He'd be back, with new angles, new pressures. Let him come. She had 6 years before Harry's Hogwarts letter arrived, 6 years to prepare him for the world that wanted to use him. She intended to make every day count. The years unfolded like chapters in a book, each one adding new layers to the boy who'd arrived at their door dripping mud and fear. At 5, Harry asked about his parents for the first time. They were in the garden, he and Andromeda, tending to the herbs she used for her healing potions. Harry had developed a careful way of working, methodical and precise, nothing like the frantic desperation she'd seen in him that first day. His small hands moved through the rosemary with gentle attention, and his question came out of nowhere, the way children's questions always did. What were they like? My mum and dad. Andromeda set down her pruning shears and considered her answer. She'd known this moment would come, had prepared for it. But preparation didn't make the weight of it any easier. Your father was James Potter. He came from an old family, like mine, but very different. The Potters never cared much for blood politics, they believed in doing what was right, regardless of what was popular. She smiled slightly. He was brilliant and reckless and convinced he was invincible. He drove your mother mad in school, chasing after her for years before she finally gave him a chance. And my mum? Lily was. Andromeda paused, searching for words. Extraordinary. She was born to muggles who didn't understand what she was, but she never let that define her. She was the cleverest witch of her age, fiercely loyal, with a temper that could peel paint off walls when someone wronged someone she loved. She had your eyes, Harry. Exactly your eyes. Harry was quiet, processing. Then, why did they die? This was the harder part. But Andromeda had promised herself she wouldn't lie to him, wouldn't soften the truth into something comfortable and useless. They died because a very powerful, very evil wizard wanted to kill you. His name was Voldemort, and he believed a prophecy that said you would be a threat to him someday. Your parents hid, tried to protect you, but they were betrayed by someone they trusted. Voldemort killed them, and then he tried to kill you. She touched the scar on his forehead, feather-light. But something happened. Your mother's love, her sacrifice, it created a protection so powerful that when Voldemort's curse hit you, it rebounded and destroyed him instead. But he's not really dead, Harry said. It wasn't a question. Andromeda blinked. What makes you say that? The way you and Ted talk sometimes, when you think I'm asleep. Harry's green eyes were steady, unervingly perceptive for a 5-year-old. You say when he returns, not if. And you're training me for something. I can tell. She should have been alarmed. Instead, she felt a strange pride. This boy, this resilient, watchful boy, had already learned to read the world around him. You're right, she said. We don't believe Voldemort is gone forever. And yes, we're preparing you. Not to be a weapon, Harry, to be a survivor. The world is going to want things from you. People will try to use you, manipulate you, sacrifice you for their own purposes. I want you to be ready for that. I want you to be able to choose your own path, whatever that turns out to be. Harry was silent for a long time, his hands still in the rosemary, the fragrance rising around them. Finally, he looked up with an expression far too old for his face. Then teach me everything. And she did. At 7, Harry's accidental magic erupted for the first time since leaving Privet Drive. They were at a pure-blood gathering, a tedious affair at the Parkinson estate, full of old families jockeying for position and influence. Harry was there in disguise, a complex glamour that Andromeda had spent weeks perfecting, passing him off as a distant cousin from the French branch of the Black family. It was his first exposure to the world he'd one day have to navigate, and she wanted him to observe how it worked. He was watching Lucius Malfoy. The man was holding court near the fireplace, his platinum hair gleaming in the candlelight, his voice smooth and assured as he discussed ministry appointments with a cluster of attentive listeners. Harry had been tracking him all evening, noting how he moved, how he spoke, how he drew people in and subtly dominated every conversation. He's good, Harry murmured to Andromeda, barely moving his lips. Everyone thinks they're important to him. That's his greatest weapon, she replied in the same low tone. He makes people feel valued while extracting every piece of useful information they possess. Watch his eyes, they never stop calculating. A commotion near the gardens drew attention. Someone's son had knocked over a table, sending champagne glasses crashing to the floor. In the chaos, a man stumbled into Harry, hard enough to send him sprawling. Watch where you're standing, boy. The man, Thorfinn Rowell, Andromeda recognized, a brute with more cruelty than sense, loomed over Harry with undisguised contempt. Do your parents not teach you manners? Something shifted in the air. The candles flickered. Wine glasses began to rattle on nearby tables. I apologize, sir, Harry said, his voice perfectly calm even as the magical pressure built. It won't happen again. See that it doesn't. Rowell sneered and turned away, missing the moment when every candle in the room blazed suddenly brighter before returning to normal. Andromeda's hand found Harry's shoulder, squeezing once. Control, that squeeze said. We'll discuss this later. Harry took a breath, and the pressure dissipated as quickly as it had built. Across the room, Lucius Malfoy's eyes had narrowed. He hadn't missed the magical surge, his survival instincts were too well honed for that. But when he looked toward Harry, all he saw was a nervous French boy being comforted by his chaperone. Well handled, Andromeda said as she guided Harry toward the refreshments. But you need to learn to mask those surges. Power is only useful when it's under your control. I know. Harry's jaw was tight. He reminded me of Uncle Vernon. She didn't ask him to explain. She understood. Later that night, after they'd returned home and Harry had gone to bed, Andromeda sat with Ted in the kitchen, turning a glass of wine between her fingers. His power is growing faster than I expected, she said. That surge tonight, it could have been dangerous. But it wasn't. Ted set down his own glass. He pulled it back. Even angry, even triggered by old trauma, he pulled it back. This time. What about next time? What about when he's facing a real threat, not just an obnoxious drunk at a party? Then we keep training him. That's all we can do, Andy. Train him, love him, give him every tool we can. He reached across the table to take her hand. He's going to be extraordinary. We just have to make sure he's extraordinary in a way that keeps him alive. She nodded, but sleep didn't come easily that night. She kept seeing the candles blazing, kept feeling that pressure in the air, raw power, barely leashed. Harry was going to be powerful beyond anything she'd anticipated. The question was what kind of man that power would forge. At 9, Harry attended another gathering, this time without a glamour. Andromeda had decided it was time. Too much longer in hiding, and the reveal would be explosive when it came. Better to introduce him gradually, to control the narrative, to let people grow accustomed to the idea that the boy who lived wasn't a pawn of the light but something altogether more complicated. The Greengrass Winter Ball was the perfect venue. The family was famously neutral, aligned neither with Dumbledore nor the old Death Eater faction. They were politicians through and through, and they would appreciate the game being played. Harry wore formal robes that Andromeda had commissioned from Twilfit and Tattings, black with silver accents, subtle but expensive, declaring without words that this was a young man of consequence. His hair had been tamed through sheer magical force, it still resisted, but at least it wasn't sticking up at angles, and his scar was visible. He was, Andromeda thought with a mix of pride and anxiety, a perfect little lord. The whispers started the moment they arrived. She'd expected that, had prepared Harry for it. He walked through the crowd with his head high, neither acknowledging the stares nor shrinking from them, exactly as she'd taught him. Mrs. Tonks. Lord Greengrass materialized from the crowd, his wife and daughters at his side. What an unexpected pleasure. And this must be Harry Potter. My ward. She laid her hand on Harry's shoulder. Harry, this is Lord Cyrus Greengrass and Lady Genevieve. And their daughters, Daphne and Astoria, I believe. Harry bowed correctly, neither too deeply nor too shallow. An honor to meet you all. Thank you for your hospitality. Cyrus's eyebrows rose slightly. Whatever he'd expected from the boy who lived, it wasn't this poised, controlled young man. The pleasure is ours, Mr. Potter. Please, enjoy the evening. As the adults began their delicate dance of political conversation, Daphne Greengrass studied Harry with undisguised curiosity. She was his age, 9, dark-haired, with ice-blue eyes that missed nothing. You're not what I expected, she said bluntly. Harry met her gaze without flinching. What did you expect? I don't know. Something more, heroic, I suppose. You look like a politician. Is that an insult? It's an observation. She tilted her head. Father says politicians are the most dangerous people in any room. Your father sounds wise. Harry's lips curved into something that wasn't quite a smile. Though I'd say the most dangerous person in any room is usually the one nobody notices. Daphne's eyes sharpened with interest. Are you the one nobody notices? Not tonight. Tonight, everyone notices me. He glanced around the ballroom, taking in the stares and whispers. But I'm learning. By the time I'm old enough to matter, nobody will see me coming. It was a bold statement from a 9-year-old. Daphne seemed to recognize that, her expression shifting from curiosity to something more like respect. I want to be a politician too, she said. Father says I have the mind for it. Do you? I beat him at chess last week. He hasn't won a game against me in months. Harry laughed, genuinely laughed, the first time he'd relaxed all evening. Then I hope we end up on the same side, Daphne Greengrass. I'd hate to have you as an enemy. Who says we won't be enemies? We might be. But we could also be allies. He extended his hand, formal as any adult. Either way, I think we should keep talking. She shook it, her grip firm. Agreed. Across the room, Andromeda watched the exchange with carefully hidden satisfaction. She hadn't planned this meeting, but she recognized its potential. The Greengrass family was exactly the kind of ally Harry would need, neutral, intelligent, invested in the same kind of political balance he was being raised to maintain. And Daphne herself, there was something there. A spark, a meeting of minds. Perhaps nothing would come of it. Perhaps, in a few years, everything would. Either way, Harry had made his first political connection entirely on his own merits. The game was beginning. At 10, Nymphadora Tonks left for Auror training, and Harry learned what it meant to truly miss someone. She'd always been there, his protector, his confidant, the bridge between the training and the normalcy. She was the one who made him laugh when the pressure got too heavy, who dragged him outside to fly when he'd been buried in books for too long, who reminded him that being clever and capable didn't mean he had to be serious all the time. "I'll write every week," she promised, hugging him tight on the morning she left. Her hair was cycling through colors rapidly, a sure sign of emotion. "And I'll be home for holidays. This isn't goodbye, little brother." "I know." He hugged her back, fiercely. "I'm proud of you, Dora." "Hey, that's my line." She pulled back to look at him, her eyes suspiciously bright. "Listen to me, Harry. Mom and Dad are going to keep training you, and that's good, you need it. But don't forget to have fun sometimes, okay? Don't let the seriousness eat you alive." "I won't." "Promise me." "I promise." She kissed his forehead, right over his scar, and then she was gone in a whirl of robes and last-minute luggage checks. The house felt emptier after that. Quieter. Harry threw himself into his training with renewed intensity, partly to distract from the missing piece and partly because he understood, more clearly than ever, that the people he loved were going to face danger. Dora was becoming an Auror. She would hunt dark wizards for a living. If he wasn't strong enough to protect her, protect all of them, then what was the point of any of this? Andromeda found him in the study late one night, surrounded by books on defensive magic. "You're pushing yourself too hard," she said, settling into the chair across from him. "I need to learn more. Faster. Harry." She waited until he looked up. Nymphadora chose this path. She chose it knowing the risks. You can't protect her by running yourself into the ground. Then what can I do? She was quiet for a moment, considering. Then she rose and went to the locked cabinet in the corner, the one she'd never opened in his presence. When she returned, she was carrying a leather-wrapped bundle. "This was my sister's," she said, setting it on the table between them. "Bellatrix's, from before she lost herself to darkness. It's a dueling manual, written by our grandmother, passed down through the black women for generations." Harry unwrapped it carefully. The leather was old but well preserved, and the pages inside were filled with dense, elegant handwriting interspersed with diagrams. "Why are you giving me this?" "Because you're ready for the next level of your education." Andromeda's expression was serious. "Until now, I've taught you control, how to manage your power, hide it when necessary, use it efficiently. But control isn't enough against true enemies. You need to know how to fight. I thought you wanted me to be a politician, not a warrior. I want you to be both." She tapped the manual. "A politician who can't defend himself is a politician who ends up dead. The world is going to try to kill you, Harry. Voldemort, his followers, even people who think they're on your side, someone is always going to see you as a threat to be eliminated. The best political mind in history is worthless if its owner can't survive an assassination attempt." Harry looked at the manual, then at Andromeda. "You really think it'll be that bad?" "I think it'll be worse. And I think you know that, or you wouldn't be down here at midnight studying shield charms." She was right. He did know. He'd known since he was 5 years old, standing in the garden, learning that a dark wizard had murdered his parents to get to him. The danger wasn't theoretical, it was inevitable. "Will you teach me yourself?" "Some of it. Ted will help with legal combat. Wizarding law allows considerable latitude for self-defense, and he knows exactly where those lines are. And when Nymphadora comes home, she'll teach you what the Aurors know." Andromeda's smile was sharp. "By the time you're ready for Hogwarts, you'll be more dangerous than half the students there." "Only half." The 7th years have a few years of training on you. Give yourself time. Harry laughed despite himself, some of the tension draining away. Thank you, Andromeda. For everything. You're my family, Harry. She rose and pressed a kiss to his forehead, exactly where Dora had. Now get some sleep. We start practical work tomorrow, and I don't intend to go easy on you. The summer Harry turned 11, his Hogwarts letter arrived. He was expecting it, had been expecting it for months, really, but there was something visceral about holding the envelope in his hands. Heavy parchment, green ink, the Hogwarts crest in wax. Every witch and wizard in Britain received one of these, but for Harry, it represented something more. It was the next stage. The game he'd been training for was about to begin in earnest. There's another letter, Ted observed, sorting through the morning's post. No return address, no seal. Just your name. Harry took it carefully, recognizing the anonymous format from previous correspondence. Over the past several years, he'd received occasional messages from an unknown source, warnings, information, fragments of knowledge that always proved accurate. He'd never been able to trace them, and neither had Andromeda. He opened the Hogwarts letter first, skimming the standard acceptance and supply list. Nothing unexpected. Then he turned to the anonymous envelope. Inside was a single sheet of parchment. The handwriting was different this time, hurried, almost frantic. They're watching you. The department. They've been watching since the night you survived. The prophecy makes you dangerous to their control. Trust no one from the ministry who claims to be your friend. And trust Dumbledore least of all, he knows about them and does nothing. No signature. No proof. Just words that made the hair on the back of Harry's neck stand up. What does it say? Andromeda had set down her tea and was watching him with careful attention. Someone in the ministry is monitoring me. Has been since I was a baby. He handed her the letter. The department, that's the Department of Mysteries, isn't it? The Unspeakables. Andromeda read the message twice before responding. It could be. The Unspeakables operate outside normal ministry oversight. If they considered you a variable they couldn't control, then they'd want to watch me. Study me. Maybe even. Harry trailed off, the implication settling cold in his stomach. We don't know that. But Andromeda's voice was strained. This could be misinformation, Harry. Someone trying to make you paranoid, isolate you from potential allies. Or it could be true. Silence. Ted set down his newspaper, his solicitor's mind clearly working through the possibilities. Assume it's true, he said finally. What does that change? Harry considered. It means I can't trust anyone who approaches me claiming ministry affiliation. It means Dumbledore is either complicit or compromised, either he's working with them or he's chosen not to oppose them. And it means I have at least one ally somewhere, someone with access to classified information who's willing to risk themselves to warn me. That's a lot to take on faith. Faith has nothing to do with it. Harry reread the letter one more time before setting it aside. I'm not going to assume it's true. I'm going to watch, and listen, and gather my own evidence. If the Unspeakables are monitoring me, they'll make a mistake eventually. Everyone does. Andromeda and Ted exchanged a look, that particular look that parents shared when their child surprised them with unexpected maturity. You've come a long way from the boy in the garden, Andromeda said quietly. I've had good teachers. The third letter arrived that afternoon, hand-delivered by owl rather than post. Dumbledore's seal was unmistakable, and the message was brief, an invitation to meet and discuss Harry's unique situation before the start of term. Harry read it, considered his options, and drafted his response with careful precision. Dear Professor Dumbledore, I would be honored to meet with you before my first year at Hogwarts. However, I believe it would be most appropriate to have my guardian present for such a conversation, given the legal and practical questions that may arise. I propose we meet at the Leaky Cauldron on August 25th at 2 p.m. This neutral location should be convenient for all parties. I look forward to discussing my situation and hearing your perspective on my education. Respectfully, Harry Potter. He showed it to Andromeda before sending it. She read it twice, a small smile playing at her lips. Neutral ground, guardian present, no private access. You're forcing him to engage on your terms from the very beginning. Is that wrong? No. She handed the letter back. It's exactly right. Just don't underestimate him, Harry. Dumbledore has been playing this game for over a century. He'll adapt. I know. Harry sealed the envelope and called for the family owl. But adapting is easier when you're the one setting the pace. And right now, he's chasing me. He watched the owl disappear into the afternoon sky, carrying his response toward Scotland. In less than a month, he'd be walking through the doors of Hogwarts, surrounded by children who knew nothing of politics or war or the weight of a prophecy they'd never heard. He'd spent 7 years preparing for this. Learning to think, to plan, to mask his intentions behind perfect courtesy. Learning when to show strength and when to appear weak. Learning who to trust and how to verify that trust wasn't misplaced. He was ready. Or as ready as anyone could be for what was coming. In the cottage behind him, Andromeda was already drafting letters to old contacts, the formal announcement that Harry Potter would be attending Hogwarts, not as Dumbledore's ward or the Ministry's pawn, but as the adopted son of the House of Tonks, with all the rights and protections that entailed. Ted was reviewing the guardianship documents one more time, ensuring every legal angle was covered. And somewhere, in the depths of the Ministry of Magic, someone was reading their own reports and making their own plans for the boy with the lightning scar. The game had always been larger than Harry knew. But that was fine. He was learning the rules. And once he knew them, truly knew them, he'd be ready to break them. Chapter 1 and Chapter 2, The Sorting of Shadows. Platform 9 3/4 churned with chaos and color, a sea of trunks and owls and tearful goodbyes. Steam billowed from the scarlet engine, obscuring faces and softening the morning light into something dreamlike. Harry stood at the barrier's edge, letting the crowd flow around him while he catalogued everything he saw. There. The Malfoys, Lucius with his silver-headed cane, Narcissa elegant in traveling robes, and between them a pale boy who held himself like he'd already inherited an empire. Draco. Harry had studied him from a distance for years, building a profile from observation and second-hand accounts. Arrogant, certainly. Insecure beneath it. Desperate for his father's approval in ways that could be exploited. There. The Weasleys, impossible to miss with their red hair and chaotic energy, the mother's voice carrying over the crowd as she herded children toward the train. Multiple sons at Hogwarts already, according to Andromeda's files. A daughter too young to attend. Blood traitors, the old families called them, but Harry knew better than to dismiss anyone based on reputation alone. The Weasleys had survived the last war intact. That took either luck or cunning, and luck didn't usually run in families. There. A girl with bushy brown hair, standing apart from her parents with a look of barely contained excitement. Muggleborn, almost certainly, she had that wide-eyed wonder that came from discovering magic for the first time. Her parents looked proud but lost, clearly unable to follow her through the barrier. Harry filed each observation away and turned to Andromeda and Ted, who had escorted him this far. "Remember what we discussed," Andromeda said, her voice low enough to avoid eavesdroppers. "Observe before acting. Make connections, not commitments. And whatever house you're sorted into, it's a tool, not an identity." "I know." Harry embraced her, surprising himself with how much he meant it. 7 years ago, he'd flinched from human contact. Now he understood its value, not just strategically, but personally. "Thank you. For everything. Write to us," Ted said, clapping him on the shoulder. "Not just reports, actual letters. Tell us if you're happy. I'll try to find time between the scheming and the coursework." Andromeda laughed despite herself. That's my boy. Now go. The train won't wait. Harry hefted his trunk and made his way through the crowd. He'd chosen his timing deliberately, early enough to claim a good compartment, late enough that the platform would be full of useful observations. His trunk was featherlight, charmed by Ted with a legitimate ministry license, and he moved through the press of bodies with practiced ease. The train's corridor was already filling when he boarded. He passed compartments stuffed with reuniting friends, with nervous first-years clustered together for comfort, with older students lounging like they owned the world. He ignored them all, heading for the middle of the train where a small compartment sat empty and waiting. He'd specifically requested this one, through channels. The Greengrass family had obliged, ensuring it would be available. A favor repaid with a favor, the currency of politics. Harry stowed his trunk, settled into the window seat, and waited. The door slid open within minutes. Mind if I join you? The bushy-haired girl stood in the doorway, trunk floating behind her through what had to be a first-attempt levitation charm. Wobbly but functional. Impressive for someone who'd only had a wand for a few weeks. Please. Harry gestured to the seat across from him. I'm Harry. Hermione Granger. She wrestled her trunk into the overhead rack, refusing help with determined independence. I've read about you, you know. You're in modern magical history, and the rise and fall of the dark arts, and great wizarding events of the 20th century, yes. Harry smiled slightly. I've read them too. Curious experience, finding yourself described in a history book before you're old enough to read. Hermione flushed. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, I'm just nervous, and when I'm nervous I talk too much, and I've been reading everything I could find about the wizarding world since I got my letter, and, it's fine. And surprisingly, it was. There was something refreshing about her transparent enthusiasm, her complete lack of political calculation. Are you Muggleborn? Yes. My parents are dentists. She said it like a challenge, like she was waiting for him to sneer. I was raised by Muggles for the first few years of my life. Not technically a lie, and it established common ground. My guardians now are magical, but I understand what it's like to discover this world from the outside. The tension in her shoulders eased slightly. It's a lot to take in. The books help, but they can't prepare you for, she gestured vaguely at the window, where a group of students had conjured sparkling butterflies that circled the platform. For seeing it. For knowing it's real. No. They can't. The compartment door opened again, and a red-haired boy stuck his head in, one of the Weasleys, Harry recognized, the youngest son based on his apparent age. Everywhere else is full. Mind if his eyes landed on Harry, widened, and fixed on his forehead. Blimey. You're Harry Potter. I am. And you are. Ron. Ron Weasley. He seemed to remember his manners and stuck out his hand. Is it true you've got the scar? Yes. Harry shook the offered hand, noting the boy's firm grip and calloused fingers. Manual labor, probably, the Weasleys weren't wealthy. It's not as impressive as the books make it sound. Can I see? Ron. Hermione looked scandalized. You can't just ask people to show you their scars. What? Everyone wants to know, it's fine. Harry brushed his hair back, revealing the lightning bolt. He'd learned long ago that refusing such requests only increased curiosity. Better to satisfy it quickly and move on. There. As advertised. Ron stared for a moment, then seemed to remember himself. Sorry. That was rude, wasn't it? Mum's always telling me I've got no tact. Your mum sounds wise. Harry gestured to the remaining seats. Sit, please. We've got hours until Hogwarts. The train lurched into motion as Ron settled in, and Harry let the conversation flow around him while he studied his new companions. Ron was easy to read, open, guileless, desperate to prove himself as something other than just another Weasley brother. Hermione was more complex, her intelligence obvious but her social instincts underdeveloped. Both could be useful. Both could be genuine friends, if he let them. That was the challenge, wasn't it? Andromeda had taught him to see people as pieces on a board, but she'd also taught him that the best pieces were the ones who chose to be played. Manipulation without respect was just cruelty with extra steps. "What house do you want?" Ron asked around a mouthful of chocolate frog. He'd bought half the trolley witch's stock, and Harry had let him, filing away the observation that Ron's enthusiasm far outstripped his coin purse. "All my family's been in Gryffindor. Dad says Slytherin's where the dark wizards come from, but I dunno, seems a bit simple, doesn't it?" "My parents were both Gryffindors," Harry said carefully. "But my guardian was a Slytherin before she was disowned." "Disowned?" Hermione leaned forward, curious. "Why?" "She married a Muggleborn." Harry watched Ron's expression shift, surprise, then something like respect. "The House of Black doesn't approve of such things." "That's barbaric," Hermione said flatly. "It is. But it's also the reality of certain old families. Blood purity is a religion to some of them, irrational, harmful, but deeply held." Harry shrugged. "I don't share those beliefs, obviously. But I've learned it's important to understand them if you want to change anything." Ron was frowning now, clearly processing information that didn't fit his simple categories. "So you're, what? Not light but not dark either?" "I'm 11 years old." Harry smiled. "I'm trying to survive school and learn enough to make informed choices later. The light and dark labels are useful for sorting people into teams, but reality is more complicated than that." "Sounds like something a Slytherin would say," Ron muttered, but there was no real heat in it. "Maybe. I suppose we'll find out tonight." The castle emerged from the darkness like a fever dream, all towers and torchlight reflected on black water. Harry heard gasps around him as the boats rounded the final bend, and he allowed himself a moment of genuine wonder. He'd seen photographs, heard descriptions, but nothing had prepared him for the sheer scale of it. Hogwarts. 1,000 years of history, of magic, of secrets. And somewhere inside those walls, the answers to questions he'd been asking his whole life. Hagrid, the enormous groundskeeper who'd collected them from the train, led the first years up the stone steps to where a stern-faced witch waited. Professor McGonagall, Harry recognized from Andromeda's briefings. Deputy Headmistress, Gryffindor head of house, and by all accounts utterly incorruptible. A useful potential ally, if approached correctly. "Welcome to Hogwarts," she said, and her voice cut through the nervous whispers like a blade through silk. "The start-of-term banquet will begin shortly, but before you take your seats in the Great Hall, you will be sorted into your houses. The sorting is a very important ceremony because, while you are here, your house will be something like your family within Hogwarts." Harry listened with half an ear, already knowing most of what she was saying. His attention was on his fellow first-years, cataloging faces and body language. Draco Malfoy stood near the front, flanked by two large boys who had to be Crabbe and Goyle, more bodyguards than friends, from what Harry had heard. A dark-skinned boy leaned against the wall with studied indifference that didn't quite hide his sharp attention. Blaise Zabini, Harry guessed. Another Grey family, another potential connection. And there, near the back, a round-faced boy who looked like he might faint at any moment, clutching a toad to his chest like a lifeline. Neville Longbottom. Harry had heard his name in whispered conversations over the years, always with a kind of pitying sadness. The other boy who might have been the chosen one. The one whose parents had been tortured into insanity by Bellatrix Lestrange. Harry made a mental note to introduce himself. Anyone that thoroughly underestimated could be a valuable ally, and besides, there was something about the set of Neville's jaw that suggested hidden depths. McGonagall led them into the Great Hall, and Harry let the spectacle wash over him without losing focus. The enchanted ceiling, the floating candles, the 4 long tables stretching toward a high table where the staff sat in judgment, all of it calculated to impress, to awe, to remind the students of their place in an ancient institution. The sorting hat sat on its stool, ragged and unassuming. When it opened its brim and began to sing, Harry listened carefully to the words beneath the performance. 4 houses. 4 founders. 4 philosophies that had somehow calcified into tribal identities over a millennium. Gryffindor valued courage, Ravenclaw intelligence, Hufflepuff loyalty, Slytherin ambition. Simple categories for complex children, and a sorting system that shaped those children into the categories it claimed to merely identify. McGonagall began calling names. Harry watched each sorting with professional attention. Some were quick, the hat barely touched their heads before shouting a house name. Others took longer, the hat apparently deliberating. He noted which students went where, building mental maps of the social landscape he'd soon be navigating. Granger, Hermione. The bushy-haired girl nearly ran to the stool, her nervousness transformed into determined energy. The hat sat on her head for nearly a minute before calling out, Gryffindor. She looked slightly disappointed. She'd been hoping for Ravenclaw, Harry guessed, but rallied quickly and headed for the cheering table. Longbottom, Neville. The round-faced boy stumbled toward the stool, still clutching his toad. The hat took even longer with him, 2 full minutes of silent deliberation. When it finally called, Gryffindor. Neville looked genuinely shocked, as if he'd expected to be sent home. Malfoy, Draco. The hat barely touched Draco's platinum hair before screaming, Slytherin. He strutted toward the table like he'd won a prize, and perhaps he had, in his world, at least. More names. More sortings. Harry felt the anticipation building as the list wound down, the whispers increasing every time McGonagall glanced toward the remaining students. Potter, Harry. The great hall went silent. Then the whispers exploded, a wall of sound that followed Harry as he walked toward the stool. He kept his pace measured, his expression calm, refusing to hurry or hesitate. Every eye in the room was on him. This was his first public performance, and he intended to make it count. He sat. The hat descended over his eyes, plunging him into darkness. Well, well, well. The voice spoke directly into his mind, amused and ancient. Harry Potter. I've been looking forward to this. Have you? Oh yes. The last few years, I've heard whispers. The boy who lived, disappeared from his relatives, raised by a disowned black daughter. The rumors have been fascinating. The hat's presence shifted through his thoughts, surprisingly gentle despite its invasiveness. And the reality is even more interesting. My. What have they made of you? What do you see? Courage, yes, quite a bit of that. You'd face down dragons if you thought it necessary. The hat chuckled. Intelligence too, sharper than most. Loyalty, once earned, absolute. And ambition. A thoughtful pause. Not the petty kind. Not hunger for power for its own sake. But a determination to shape the world, to refuse to be shaped by it. Very Slytherin, that. Can I ask you something? You may. The houses shape the students, don't they? It's not just sorting, it's molding. Put a child in Slytherin and they become what Slytherin expects. Put them in Gryffindor and they grow into Gryffindor values. Perceptive. The hat sounded pleased. Yes, that's true. The sorting is prophecy and self-fulfilling prophecy combined. I place you where you'll thrive, but thriving means becoming what that house cultivates. So where would I thrive? Anywhere, I think. You have the capacity for all 4 houses, genuine capacity, not just surface traits. I could put you in Ravenclaw and you'd become a scholar. Hufflepuff would make you a leader of quiet loyalty. Gryffindor would let you be a hero. The hat paused. But you don't want to be a hero, do you? Not their kind of hero. I want to survive. I want to protect the people I love. And I want to build something that lasts. Slytherin, then. Without question. Another pause, and Harry felt the hat's consideration deepen. Unless, you'd rather not. I can put you elsewhere, if you think the stigma would be too great. Harry thought about it. He'd discussed this possibility with Andromeda, analyzed the costs and benefits of each house. Slytherin would mark him as suspect to the light faction, would make Dumbledore's attempts to guide him more overt. But it would also give him access to the children of old families, let him build alliances that Gryffindor would never allow. And there was another factor. If the boy who lived went to Slytherin, it would shatter assumptions. It would force people to reconsider their simple categories. Slytherin, he said. But I want you to hesitate. Make it look like a difficult decision. The hat laughed aloud, actually laughed, a sound that echoed through the silent hall. Oh, I do like you, Harry Potter. Very well. Let's give them a show. 4 minutes. That was how long the hat sat on his head, long enough for the whispers to become murmurs to become outright discussion. Long enough for Harry to feel the weight of 1,000 stares, the speculation of an entire school trying to guess where the boy who lived would land. Then, finally, the hat shouted, Slytherin. Silence. For a heartbeat, nobody moved. Then the Slytherin table began to applaud, cautiously at first, uncertainly, and then with growing enthusiasm as the implications sank in. The boy who lived, in their house. Their political capital had just multiplied overnight. Harry walked toward the green and silver table with measured steps, catching Draco Malfoy's expression, shock, suspicion, calculation, and filing it away. He slid into an empty seat next to Blaise Zabini, who was studying him with dark, unreadable eyes. Interesting choice, Blaise murmured. It wasn't entirely mine. Harry accepted a goblet of pumpkin juice from a passing ghost and took a calm sip. But I think it'll be educational. At the Gryffindor table, Hermione was staring at him with an expression of confused betrayal. Ron looked like someone had told him Christmas was cancelled. And at the staff table, Dumbledore's eyes had lost their twinkle, replaced by something sharper and more calculating. Good. Let them wonder. Let them all wonder what the boy who lived was doing in the House of Serpents. The game had officially begun. The Slytherin common room was everything the stories promised, green-tinged light from the lake above, sleek black leather furniture, an atmosphere of studied elegance that couldn't quite hide the undercurrent of competition. Harry entered with the other first-years and immediately began mapping the space, exits, sightlines, the clusters of older students who watched the newcomers with predatory interest. First years, gather around. A prefect stepped forward, a tall girl with sharp features and sharper eyes. I'm Gemma Farley. Welcome to Slytherin. A few things you need to understand right away. She launched into a speech about house unity, about presenting a united front to the other houses, about keeping internal conflicts private. Harry listened with genuine attention. This was the culture he'd been navigating for 7 years, and the formal rules mattered as much as the informal ones. Questions. Draco Malfoy stepped forward before anyone else could speak. Is it true Potter's been sorted here? You saw it yourself, Malfoy. But that's, Draco caught himself, visibly recalculating. His eyes found Harry in the crowd, and something complicated passed across his face. Never mind. The prefect dismissed them to find their dormitories, and Harry made his way through the common room with careful attention to the reactions around him. Some students stared openly. Others pretended indifference while tracking his every move. A few seemed genuinely curious rather than suspicious. Potter. Draco had materialized at his elbow, flanked by Crabbe and Goyle. Up close, the boy was smaller than his presence suggested, his features sharp but unfinished, still growing into the aristocratic face he'd eventually wear. Malfoy. I wasn't expecting you to end up here. Draco's tone was carefully neutral, but his eyes were searching. Everyone said you'd be a Gryffindor like your parents. Everyone says a lot of things. Harry met his gaze without hostility. I've learned not to make decisions based on what everyone expects. My father says your guardian is Andromeda Black. The blood traitor. Andromeda Tonks. My guardian, my teacher, and one of the most capable witches I know. Harry kept his voice pleasant. She was born a black, though. Same as your mother. The mention of Narcissa made Draco's expression flicker, surprise, maybe, that Harry knew the connection. That's different. Is it? Harry tilted his head. Your mother and my guardian are sisters. That makes us practically family, Draco. Distant cousins, at least. He extended his hand. I think we should get to know each other properly, don't you? Draco stared at the offered hand for a long moment. Harry could see him processing the political implications, the opportunity, the risk. Finally, he took it. I suppose we should. His grip was firmer than expected, his palms slightly sweaty. Nervous, beneath the bravado. Harry filed that away too. We should talk more tomorrow, Harry said, releasing the handshake. Compare notes on the classes, maybe. I hear Professor Snape is particularly demanding. He's my godfather, Draco said, and there was a hint of pride there alongside the wariness. I can tell you how to handle him, if you want. I'd appreciate that. Harry smiled, not his political smile, but something closer to genuine warmth. Good night, Draco. He walked away before Draco could respond, heading for the first-year dormitory. Behind him, he could feel the Malfoy heir's confused gaze following him. Good. Confusion was useful. Draco had expected either a rival or a prize to be claimed. He'd gotten neither, just an offered hand and implied kinship. It would take time for him to figure out what that meant. Which gave Harry time to decide what he wanted it to mean. The first week of classes established the rhythms of Hogwarts life. Harry threw himself into his studies with disciplined intensity, not to show off but to build a foundation. Charms came easily, he'd been practicing wand work for years under Andromeda's guidance. Transfiguration required more effort but rewarded careful theory. History of magic was useless as taught but valuable when he supplemented Bin's droning with independent reading. And then there was potions. Professor Snape swept into the dungeon classroom like a storm given human form, his black robes billowing despite the still air. He took attendance in a voice that managed to make every name sound like an accusation, and his eyes lingered on Harry with undisguised hostility. Ah, yes, he said softly. Harry Potter. Our new celebrity. Harry met his gaze without flinching. He'd been warned about Snape, had studied the man's history in detail. Death Eater turned spy, obsessively protective of his students in his own twisted way, and carrying a grudge against James Potter that apparently extended to James's son. Potter. Snape's voice cracked like a whip. What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? The draft of living death. A test question from the sixth-year curriculum, designed to humiliate a first-year who couldn't possibly know the answer. Except Harry did know. Andromeda had made sure of that. The draft of living death, sir. A powerful sleeping potion. Snape's eyes narrowed. Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar? The stomach of a goat. It's a stone that can cure most poisons. And what is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? They're the same plant, sir. Also called aconite. Silence. The classroom had gone very still, students from both Slytherin and Gryffindor watching this unexpected exchange. Snape's face had gone pale, then red, his expression cycling through emotions too quickly to catalogue. It seems, he said finally, his voice dangerously quiet, that your guardian has seen fit to educate you above your station. 10 points to Slytherin for correct answers. He paused. 1 point from Slytherin for showing off. It was petty, but Harry had expected worse. He nodded respectfully and kept his face neutral as Snape moved on to terrorize Neville Longbottom instead. After class, Draco fell into step beside him. That was impressive, he said grudgingly. Nobody answers Snape's questions right. Not on the first day. I like to be prepared. Clearly. Draco glanced at him sideways. Where did you learn all that? Those weren't first-year questions. My guardian believes in thorough education. Harry didn't elaborate. Let Draco wonder what else he'd been taught. They walked in silence for a moment before Draco spoke again. Some of us are having a meeting tonight. In the common room, after curfew. Just Slytherins. I thought you might want to join. A political gathering, then. The children of old families, establishing hierarchies and alliances before the year truly began. Harry had expected something like this. I'd be honored, he said. Thank you for the invitation. Draco nodded, satisfied, and peeled off toward the great hall with his bodyguards in tow. Harry watched him go, already planning his approach to the evening's games. The meeting was exactly what he'd expected, a dozen first-year Slytherins arranged in a careful circle, with the scions of prominent families commanding the prime positions. Draco had claimed the largest chair by the fireplace, with Crabbe and Goyle standing behind him like gargoyles. Pansy Parkinson perched at his right hand, her pug face arranged in an expression of smug superiority. Theodore Nott lurked in the shadows, watching everything with intelligent eyes that missed nothing. And then there was Daphne Greengrass. She sat slightly apart from the others, her dark hair falling in a sleek curtain, her ice-blue eyes tracking Harry from the moment he entered. She dressed carefully for this gathering, not in robes but in a midnight blue dress that walked the line between casual and formal. A statement, she was here, but she wasn't playing by anyone else's rules. Harry claimed a seat across from her and let his gaze sweep the room without settling on anyone in particular. So, Draco began, we all know why we're here. Our parents have sent us to Hogwarts to learn magic and to build connections. Some of those connections are obvious. He nodded at Crabbe and Goyle. Others need to be established. His eyes landed on Harry. Potter. You're a surprise. Everyone expected you to be a Gryffindor, to line up behind Dumbledore like a good little soldier. Instead, you're here. Draco leaned forward. The question is, what do you want? Harry let the question hang for a moment, aware of every eye on him. I want to understand, he said finally. My parents were murdered by Voldemort. Several students flinched at the name. I was raised by people who hate magic, until my guardian rescued me. I've spent years learning about this world from the outside looking in. Now I'm here, and I want to understand how things really work. Not the stories they tell children. The truth. And you think you'll find truth in Slytherin? Theodore Nott's voice was quiet but sharp. I think I'll find pieces of it everywhere. But Slytherin is where the old families send their heirs. Slytherin is where the power accumulates. Harry shrugged. So yes, I think this is a good place to start. Draco was nodding slowly, clearly impressed despite himself. What about the Dark Lord? My father says he's not really gone. That he'll return someday. I believe that's true. Harry kept his voice steady. And when he does, everyone in this room will have to make choices. I'd rather make those choices with my eyes open than stumble into them blind. So you're not, Pansy Parkinson leaned forward, her voice eager. You're not against him. The Dark Lord? I'm against anyone who wants to use me. Harry's gaze hardened. The Dark Lord tried to kill me when I was a baby. Dumbledore placed me with people who abused me for 4 years. The Ministry pretends I'm either a hero or a symbol depending on what's politically convenient. None of them care about Harry Potter the person. They only care about what I represent. He let that sink in, watching the reactions around the room. Some students looked uncomfortable. Others, Theodore, Daphne, looked intrigued. I'm not light, Harry continued. I'm not dark. I'm not going to be anyone's weapon or anyone's martyr. I'm going to learn, and grow, and when the time comes, I'm going to make my own choices based on my own principles. That's what I want. Silence. Then Daphne Greengrass laughed, a soft, genuine sound that cut through the tension. Well, she said. That's the most interesting thing anyone said all night. She rose from her chair and crossed to where Harry sat, extending her hand. I think we should talk more, Harry Potter. I have a feeling we have a lot in common. Harry took her hand. Her grip was cool and firm, her eyes sparkling with something that might have been challenge or invitation or both. I'd like that, he said. And he meant it. The weeks that followed established patterns. Harry attended classes with diligent attention, earned points in controlled doses, and carefully cultivated relationships across house lines. Hermione remained wary of him but couldn't resist intellectual engagement. Their debates in the library became a regular occurrence. Ron was harder to reach, the Slytherin sorting had confirmed his worst suspicions, but Harry didn't push. Some relationships needed time. Neville Longbottom, though. That was a project Harry had committed to from the start. He found opportunities to help the other boy without making it obvious, a whispered hint during potions, a borrowed herbology text that happened to cover exactly what Neville needed. Small kindnesses that built trust without creating debt. Neville responded slowly, like a plant growing toward unexpected sunlight. You don't have to do this, you know, Neville said one afternoon in the greenhouses, where Harry had tracked him down on the pretense of needing help with a Devil's Snare essay. Do what? Be nice to me. Neville's round face was resigned. I know what people say. That I'm barely a wizard, that my family's embarrassed by me, that you're the other boy the prophecy could have meant. Harry kept his voice gentle. I know about that, Neville. I've known for years. Neville went very still. You know about the prophecy? Pieces of it. Enough to understand that both of us could have ended up with my scar. Harry sat down on a nearby planter, putting himself at eye level with the other boy. That doesn't make me special, and it doesn't make you a failure. It just means we both have targets on our backs for something that happened before we were born. My parents were heroes. What happened to them was a tragedy, and the people responsible will answer for it someday. Harry's voice hardened. But that's their story, Neville. You get to write your own. Neville stared at him for a long moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. Why are you telling me this? Because you deserve to know. And because I'd rather have you as a friend than wonder if we're enemies. Harry extended his hand. What do you say? Neville took it. His grip was stronger than expected. Friends, he said quietly. I'd like that. Halloween arrived with a feast that transformed the Great Hall into a Gothic wonderland. Harry sat with his Slytherin classmates, eating sparingly and watching the room with practiced attention. Something felt off, a tension in the air that had nothing to do with the decorations. He noticed it first in the staff table. Quirrell, the stammering defense professor, kept touching the back of his turban with nervous fingers. Snape's eyes were fixed on Quirrell with undisguised suspicion. And Dumbledore was watching Harry, his gaze thoughtful and measuring. The doors burst open. Troll! Quirrell screamed, staggering into the hall. Troll in the dungeons. Just thought you'd want to know. He collapsed in a dead faint that looked far too theatrical to be genuine. Chaos erupted. Students screamed, prefects shouted, and Dumbledore's amplified voice cut through the panic with orders to evacuate to common rooms. Harry found himself swept up in the tide of green and silver robes heading for the dungeons, toward the troll, he realized with sudden alarm. That couldn't be right. He broke from the crowd in a side corridor, mind racing. The Slytherin common room was in the dungeons. If there was actually a troll down there, they were walking into danger. Unless the troll announcement was a distraction. Harry thought of Quirrell's nervous fingers, of Snape's suspicious gaze, of the third-floor corridor that Dumbledore had declared off-limits at the start of term. Something was being hidden there. Something valuable enough to warrant elaborate deception. He should go to his common room. Should stay safe, gather information, plan a response for later. But then he heard the scream. High, terrified, coming from the ground floor corridor. Harry was running before he'd consciously decided to move, his wand in his hand, every defensive spell Andromeda had taught him cycling through his mind. The bathroom door was hanging off its hinges. Inside, Hermione Granger was pressed against the far wall, tears streaming down her face, while 12 feet of mountain troll raised a massive club over its head. Harry didn't hesitate. Didn't think. Just acted. Hermione. Down. She dropped. The troll's club smashed into the wall where her head had been, showering them both with ceramic tile. Harry ducked under the backswing and fired off a blinding hex that caught the creature full in the face. The troll roared, pawing at its eyes, club swinging wild. Harry grabbed Hermione's arm and pulled her toward the door, but the troll recovered faster than expected, its bulk blocking their escape. The club. Hermione gasped. We need to, I know. Harry's mind was racing. The troll was too big to stun, too tough for most first-year curses. But that club. Can you levitate it? I think so, when I distract it. Now. He lunged forward, firing a stinging hex at the troll's knee. The creature bellowed and swung at him, and in that moment of distraction, Hermione's voice rang out, Wingardium Leviosa. The club flew from the troll's grip, hung suspended for a moment, and then came crashing down on its own head. The troll swayed, blinked stupidly, and collapsed with a thud that shook the floor. Silence. Harry and Hermione stood there, breathing hard, staring at the unconscious troll between them. Then, impossibly, Hermione started to laugh. That was, yes. Harry found himself grinning despite everything. We did. Footsteps in the corridor. McGonagall burst in first, followed by Snape and Quirrell. The three professors stared at the scene, 2 first-years, one from Slytherin and one from Gryffindor, standing over a defeated mountain troll. Explain yourselves, McGonagall said, her voice dangerously quiet. Harry took a breath, organizing his thoughts. Hermione wasn't at the feast. She didn't hear the warning about the troll. I realized she might be in danger and came to help. You came alone. To fight a troll. I came to find a friend. Harry met McGonagall's gaze steadily. The fighting was improvised. Something shifted in the professor's expression. 5 points to Slytherin, she said finally. For coming to the aid of a fellow student despite the risk. And 5 points to Gryffindor for Miss Granger's quick thinking under pressure. Harry nodded, accepting the judgment. But his attention had moved to Snape, who was watching him with an expression that combined grudging respect with deepening suspicion. And beyond Snape, Quirrell, whose stammer had vanished entirely as he studied the fallen troll. Something was very wrong with the defense professor. Harry didn't know what yet, but he intended to find out. The troll incident changed things. Not dramatically, Harry was too careful for dramatic changes, but in subtle ways that accumulated over time. Hermione sought him out in the library now, their debates evolving into genuine collaboration. She was brilliant, he discovered, genuinely brilliant in ways that went beyond book learning. Her mind attacked problems like a siege engine, methodical and relentless. And she was starting to question things, the rigid categories she'd absorbed from her reading, the assumption that authority figures always knew best. Why did Dumbledore even announce that the troll was in the dungeons, she asked one evening, surrounded by research notes. The Slytherins were being sent right to it. If you hadn't realized, I've wondered the same thing. Harry kept his voice neutral, but inside he was pleased. Hermione was thinking critically now, questioning instead of accepting. Either it was a genuine mistake, or someone wanted people looking at the dungeons while something else happened elsewhere. Like what? I don't know yet. But I intend to find out. She nodded, eyes bright with curiosity. Let me help. Harry smiled. I was hoping you'd say that. The Christmas holidays approached with a flurry of snowfall and rising tension. Harry received the expected invitation from Malfoy Manor, a formal request from Lucius himself, phrased as an honor but clearly a summons to be assessed. He'd accepted, after consulting with Andromeda. Learn everything you can, she'd advised through their enchanted mirrors. Lucius will try to read you, so give him something to read. Let him think he understands you while keeping your true thoughts hidden. What should I let him see? A boy who's ambitious but uncertain. Someone who respects power but hasn't decided where to direct his loyalty. Make him think he can influence you, he'll be more careless if he believes he has the upper hand. Harry packed for the holidays with careful attention, including books and notes that would support the image he intended to project. Ambitious but uncertain. Interested in dark magic theory but wary of practice. A tool waiting to be shaped. The last night before the train, Daphne Greengrass found him in the common room. You're going to Malfoy Manor, she said without preamble. News travels fast. News always travels fast in Slytherin. She settled into the chair across from him, her usual composure firmly in place. Be careful, Harry. Lucius Malfoy doesn't invite first-years to his home out of generosity. I know what he wants. Harry met her gaze. The question is what I can learn while he's trying to get it. And what do you want? The question hung between them, weighted with more than its surface meaning. Harry considered his answer carefully. I want allies, he said finally. Real ones, not just convenient ones. People who see me as a person instead of a symbol. People I can trust. Trust is expensive in Slytherin. Everything worthwhile is expensive. He leaned forward slightly. What about you, Daphne? What do you want? She was quiet for a long moment, her ice blue eyes studying him with unsettling intensity. Then, slowly, she smiled. I want the same thing you do, she said. I want to matter. Not because of my family name or my blood status, but because of what I choose to do. She stood, smoothing her robes. Have a good holiday, Harry. Try not to let Lucius Malfoy eat you alive. I'll do my best. She laughed and walked away, but not before he caught the flash of genuine warmth in her expression. Daphne Greengrass was an enigma, sharp-tongued and guarded, but there were depths beneath the ice that Harry found increasingly fascinating. Later, he would think about that moment. About the way her smile had softened, just for an instant. About the possibility that alliance could become something more. But for now, he had a Malfoy to outmaneuver. Malfoy Manor rose from the snow-covered landscape like a frozen monument to old power. Harry stepped through the entrance gates with his guard firmly in place, every sense alert for threats and opportunities alike. Narcissa Malfoy met him in the entrance hall, elegant and cold in silver robes. She had Andromeda's bone structure, Harry noted, but none of her warmth. This was a woman who had chosen blood purity over family, tradition over love. Mr. Potter. Her voice was perfectly polite. Welcome to our home. Mrs. Malfoy. Thank you for your hospitality. They studied each other for a moment, mutual assessment, mutual caution. Then Narcissa inclined her head slightly and led him deeper into the manor. Lucius was waiting in the study, surrounded by artifacts that practically radiated dark magic. He rose as Harry entered, his smile sharp as a blade. Harry Potter. At last we meet properly. He gestured to a chair. Please, sit. We have so much to discuss. The conversation that followed was exactly the chess game Harry had expected, probing questions disguised as small talk, observations designed to provoke revealing reactions, subtle attempts to establish dominance. Harry played his role perfectly, interested but cautious, ambitious but directionless, a promising student searching for guidance. "You're not what I expected," Lucius said finally, after nearly an hour of verbal fencing. "The boy who lived, raised by a blood traitor, sorted into Slytherin. Most would assume you'd be an enemy to our traditions. But I see something different in you." "What do you see?" "Potential." Lucius leaned forward. "You have power, Mr. Potter. Considerable power, if the reports from Hogwarts are accurate. And you have intelligence, that much is clear from this conversation alone. What you lack is direction. Purpose. And you're offering to provide that?" "I'm offering to help you understand what you are." Lucius's voice dropped to a conspiratorial murmur. "The prophecy that drove the Dark Lord to your parents' door, it speaks of power, Harry. Power to shape the wizarding world. That kind of destiny shouldn't be wasted on petty light-side morality." Harry let his expression shift to careful interest. "You know about the prophecy?" "I know pieces. Enough to understand that you're more than just a survivor. You're a harbinger of change." Lucius smiled. "The question is what kind of change you choose to become." For a moment, Harry let the mask slip, let real emotion show through the performance. Not the emotion Lucius expected, though. Not eagerness or ambition or fear. Just cold, patient calculation. "I appreciate your insight, Mr. Malfoy." Harry rose from his chair. "You've given me a great deal to think about." Lucius's smile flickered. He'd expected more, expected gratitude, or questions, or some sign that his manipulation was working. Instead, he'd gotten a polite dismissal from an 11-year-old. "Of course. I will. Thank you for your hospitality." Harry left the study with his thoughts churning. He'd learned what he'd come to learn. Lucius Malfoy believed he could control the boy who lived, and he was willing to share information to make that happen. The prophecy was more detailed than Harry had known. And the Dark Lord's return was assumed, not questioned, in this household. All valuable intelligence. All filed away for future use. At dinner that night, Draco was surprisingly good company, less posturing than usual, more genuine curiosity about Harry's life outside Hogwarts. Narcissa observed with cool approval. Lucius watched with calculating patience. And Harry played his part, eating their food, answering their questions, letting them think they were making progress. When he returned to the Tonks cottage on Christmas Eve, Andromeda was waiting with hot chocolate and sharp questions. "Well?" she asked. "What did you learn?" Harry settled into his favorite chair, letting the warmth of home soak into his bones. "I learned that Lucius Malfoy thinks I'm a tool to be acquired. I learned that Draco might be salvageable if separated from his father's influence. And I learned that the prophecy is more dangerous than we thought." He took a sip of his chocolate. "Also, their house elves are miserable, their library contains at least 3 books that are technically illegal, and Narcissa still has a painting of you hidden in her private sitting room." Andromeda's eyebrows rose. "A painting of me?" "Looked like a family portrait, before someone removed the other figures." She kept glancing at it when she thought no one was watching. Something complicated crossed Andromeda's face. "I didn't know that." "I thought you should." Harry set down his cup. "She made her choices, and I won't pretend they were good ones. But she hasn't forgotten you completely. That might matter someday." Andromeda was quiet for a long moment. Then she reached out and squeezed his hand. "You're going to be formidable, Harry Potter. The world isn't ready for you." He smiled, not his political smile, but something real and warm. "Good. I'd hate to make it easy for them." The rest of the year unfolded with accelerating momentum. Harry continued his careful cultivation of allies, his investigation of Quirrell's suspicious behavior, his gradual unraveling of the mystery surrounding the third-floor corridor. It was Hermione who finally pieced together the connection. Nicholas Flamel, the Philosopher's Stone, the elaborate protections that Dumbledore had somehow convinced himself were sufficient to guard something that could grant immortality. He's using it as bait, Harry realized, staring at their compiled notes. Dumbledore knows someone's going to try to steal it. He wants them to try. But why? Hermione's voice was troubled. Why put students at risk for a trap? Because the trap isn't just for the thief. Harry's mind raced through possibilities. It's for me. He wants to see what I'll do when I discover it. Whether I'll play the hero he thinks I should be. That's horrible. It's strategic. Harry stood, pacing. He's been trying to figure me out all year. The meetings, the watching, the little tests. He doesn't trust what I've become, and he wants to see who I really am underneath. So what do we do? Harry stopped pacing, a decision crystallizing in his mind. We don't play his game. Not on his terms. He turned to Hermione. I need you to get a message to Professor McGonagall. Tell her that Professor Quirrell is planning to steal the Philosopher's Stone tonight, and that she needs to alert the headmaster immediately. But, won't that it'll force Dumbledore's hand. He'll have to respond to an official warning from a student through proper channels. Whatever trap he set, he won't be able to spring it the way he planned. Harry's smile was sharp. And more importantly, it'll establish that I knew what was happening and chose to work within the system instead of charging in alone. You're manipulating him. I'm protecting myself. There's a difference. Harry met her eyes. Trust me, Hermione. This is the right move. She hesitated, then nodded. Okay. I trust you. The night didn't go entirely as planned, it never did. Quirrell made his move before McGonagall could reach Dumbledore. Harry found himself in the third-floor corridor anyway, not alone but with Hermione and Ron, who'd overcome his house loyalty objections when genuine danger was involved, and even Neville, who tried to stop them and ended up joining instead. They fought through the protections, Devil's Snare, flying keys, a massive chess set, a logic puzzle with poison potions. Each challenge fell to the combined talents of the group, exactly as Harry had expected. Someone designed these for a team, he muttered as they reached the final chamber. A team of students. This was never about security, it was always about testing whoever came through. The final chamber held a mirror, the mirror of Eriste, Harry recognized, though it had been moved from its original location. And standing before it, staring with frustrated hunger, was Professor Quirrell. Without the stammer. Mr. Potter. I wondered when you'd arrive. Harry stepped forward, keeping his companions behind him with a gesture. Professor. You're looking better. Less twitchy. Quirrell laughed, a cold, ugly sound. The act grows tiresome after months. But it served its purpose. He turned from the mirror, and Harry saw his face clearly for the first time, handsome, aristocratic, and utterly mad. Come here, boy. Look into the mirror. Tell me what you see. I don't think I will. Then your friends will suffer. Quirrell raised his wand, pointing it at Hermione. Harry moved. The duel that followed was brutal and brief. Quirrell was a trained wizard, but he was also unstable, his magic fluctuating wildly between power and chaos. Harry fought defensive, buying time, looking for an opening, and then Quirrell touched him. Fire. Burning. Quirrell screaming, his hand blistering and blackening where it gripped Harry's arm. Harry tore free and struck with everything he had, a cutting curse that Andromeda had taught him for emergencies only, dark enough to make most wizards flinch. Quirrell dropped. But something else rose from his body, a wraith, a shadow, a face made of smoke and malice. We'll meet again, Harry Potter, Voldemort's voice whispered. You cannot avoid your destiny forever. Then he was gone, fleeing through the walls, leaving only the smell of burning flesh and the unconscious body of his failed servant. Harry stood in the chamber, breathing hard, his arm still throbbing where Quirrell had touched him. Behind him, his friends were staring with expressions that ranged from horrified to awed. "Harry," Hermione whispered. "Your skin, it burned him." "My mother's protection." Harry looked at his hands, unmarked despite the fire that had destroyed Quirrell's fingers. "It's still there." Dumbledore arrived 15 minutes later, sweeping into the chamber with McGonagall and Snape at his heels. His eyes took in the scene, the unconscious Quirrell, the mirror, the 4 students who should have been safely in their beds, and something complicated passed across his face. "Harry." His voice was gentle. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine, Headmaster." Harry met his gaze without flinching. Professor Quirrell was working for Voldemort. He tried to steal the stone. "We stopped him." "You stopped him," Hermione corrected. "Harry faced him alone while we stopped him together." Harry's voice was firm. "I couldn't have done it without their help." Dumbledore studied him for a long moment, his eyes searching, calculating, trying to reconcile what he'd expected with what he'd found. "I see," he said finally. "Well done, Mr. Potter. Well done, all of you." He didn't ask how Harry had known about the stone. Didn't ask why they'd come through the protections as a team. Didn't ask any of the questions that might have revealed how thoroughly his test had been circumvented. Maybe he already knew. Maybe he was planning new tests, new ways to measure the boy who refused to fit his categories. Either way, Harry had sent a message tonight. He was not a pawn to be moved. He was not a hero to be sacrificed. He was a player in his own right, and he would continue to make his own moves. The game was just beginning. The end-of-year feast arrived with summer warmth and bittersweet farewells. Harry sat with his Slytherin classmates, accepting congratulations for the house's cup victory, which had required some last-minute point adjustments after the stone incident, planning for the months ahead. Daphne found him before the train left, her ice-blue eyes softer than usual. "You did well this year," she said. "Better than anyone expected. Including you. Especially me." She smiled, a real smile, rare and precious. "I underestimated you, Harry Potter. I won't make that mistake again." "Is that a warning or a promise?" "Both." She leaned in, and for a moment he thought she might kiss his cheek. Instead, she pressed a folded piece of parchment into his hand. "My address. Write to me this summer. We have plans to make." Then she was gone, sweeping toward the train with characteristic grace. Harry unfolded the parchment and smiled. Alliance, he thought. Partnership. Maybe, someday, something more. But that was a question for later. For now, he had a summer to prepare, training to continue, and a war to get ready for. Voldemort would return. The Ministry would fail. Dumbledore would keep playing his chess games. And Harry Potter, the grey heir, raised by wolves, trained by shadows, would be ready for all of them. Chapter 2 and Chapter 3, The Chamber's Secret. The diary arrived on Christmas morning, slipped into Harry's pocket during the chaos of the Malfoy Yule Ball. He didn't notice it until hours later, back in his room at the Tonks cottage, unpacking the evening's acquisitions, business cards, invitations, the accumulated currency of social obligation. His fingers brushed leather where there should have been none, and he withdrew a slim black book with no title on its cover. Tom Marvolo Riddle, the first page read in faded ink. The handwriting was elegant, controlled, the penmanship of someone who understood that presentation mattered. Harry didn't write in it. Didn't even open it beyond that first page. Instead, he wrapped it in silk, the kind used to contain cursed objects, and carried it downstairs to where Andromeda was reading by the fire. "Someone gave me a gift," he said, setting the wrapped bundle on the table between them. "I don't think they meant for me to enjoy it." Andromeda set down her book, her expression sharpening. "Show me." He unwrapped the diary carefully, letting her see without touching. She studied it for a long moment, then drew her wand and began casting diagnostic spells, complex ones, the kind that probed for magical signatures and hidden enchantments. The results made her face go pale. "Where did you get this?" "Malfoy Manor. Someone slipped it into my pocket during the ball." Harry watched her reaction carefully. "What is it?" "Dark magic. Very dark." Andromeda's voice was barely above a whisper. "There's something living in this diary, Harry. A piece of preserved consciousness, bound to the pages. I've only read about magic like this in the most restricted texts." "A Horcrux?" She looked at him sharply. "Where did you learn that word?" "Your library. The Black Family Collection has some interesting volumes, if you know where to look." Harry met her gaze steadily. "Is that what this is? A piece of someone's soul?" Andromeda was quiet for a long moment. Then she nodded slowly. "I believe so. The signature matches what the texts describe, a fragment of consciousness anchored to a physical object through murder and dark ritual." She touched the diary's cover with a single fingertip, then pulled back as if burned. "The question is whose soul, and why someone wanted you to have it." Harry already knew the answer to the first question, Tom Marvolo Riddle, the name that would become Lord Voldemort. He'd done that research years ago, piecing together fragments from historical records and whispered rumors. But he didn't say so. Some knowledge was better kept private, even from family. "Can we use it?" he asked instead. "Learn from it without being corrupted?" "That's an incredibly dangerous question." "I know. But whoever gave this to me expected something. Either they wanted me to be possessed by whatever's inside, or they wanted to see what I'd do with it." Harry's mind was racing through possibilities. "If I destroy it immediately, I lose the opportunity to understand what we're dealing with. If I use it carelessly, I risk exactly what they wanted. But if I can study it carefully, learn what it knows without letting it learn about me." "You're talking about interrogating a piece of the Dark Lord's soul." "I'm talking about understanding my enemy." Harry looked at the diary with cold calculation. "Voldemort made this thing. He put part of himself into it. That means it knows things, about him, about his magic, about his plans. Knowledge I can use when he returns." Andromeda studied him for a long moment. Her expression was complicated, fear, pride, concern, and something that might have been recognition. "You're more like a Black than I sometimes realize," she said finally. "All right. We'll study it together, with every precaution I can devise. But Harry, the moment it shows signs of influencing you, we destroy it. No arguments." "Agreed." They spent the rest of the holiday establishing protocols. The diary would only be accessed in a warded room, with Andromeda present. Harry would never write in it, only read what it revealed. And they would keep detailed notes on everything they learned, creating a record that couldn't be corrupted if the diary tried to alter their memories. The first session revealed something unexpected: the diary was hungry. Not for information, but for connection. Its magic reached out toward Harry the moment he touched it, seeking purchase in his mind, trying to establish the kind of bond that would let it feed on his life force. Harry felt the intrusion like cold fingers probing at his thoughts and slammed his occlumency shields into place. The diary recoiled. "It doesn't like resistance," Harry observed, setting it back in its containment ward. "It's designed for vulnerable minds, people who are lonely, confused, desperate for someone to understand them." "Children," Andromeda said grimly. "It's designed to prey on children." The thought turned Harry's stomach, but he filed it away with the rest of his observations. Voldemort had created a weapon specifically targeted at young, impressionable minds. That spoke to a particular kind of cruelty, and a particular kind of strategy. Over the following weeks, Harry learned to draw information from the diary without engaging with its corrupting influence. He developed a technique: brief touches, specific questions held firmly in mind, immediate withdrawal before the connection could deepen. It was like interrogating a poisonous snake, dangerous, requiring constant vigilance, but potentially rewarding. The diary wanted to tell its story. It was designed to, programmed to seduce its victims with fascinating tales of a brilliant young wizard who understood them like no one else could. Harry let it talk while keeping his own thoughts locked away behind shields of iron. Tom Riddle had been a Hogwarts student 50 years ago. A prefect, a model scholar, the pride of Slytherin House. He'd discovered secrets in the school that others had missed, including a hidden chamber built by Salazar Slytherin himself, containing a monster that would purge the school of those with impure blood. The Chamber of Secrets. Harry had read about it in historical accounts, always dismissed as legend. According to the diary, it was very real. And someone at Hogwarts had another diary. Harry discovered this through careful questioning, probing the diary's knowledge of its own creation. Tom Riddle had made several of these artifacts, it seemed, not just journals but other objects as well, each containing a piece of his fractured soul. The diary remembered its siblings with something like fondness. "There's another one at the school," Harry told Andromeda after a particularly productive session. "Not a diary, something else, I couldn't get details. But the magic would be similar. And if Voldemort's followers know that, then the Chamber of Secrets might be opened again." Andromeda's face was grim. "You need to find it before they do." "I intend to." Second year began with Harry watching Ginny Weasley. He'd seen Lucius Malfoy slip something into her cauldron at Flourish and Blots, a smooth, practiced gesture that most observers would have missed. But Harry had been watching Lucius all summer, studying his movements and methods, and he'd caught the transfer. A book, slim and black, vanishing into the youngest Weasley's school supplies. Another diary. Harry's first instinct was to warn her, but he held back. If he revealed his knowledge now, he'd lose the chance to understand what Lucius was planning. The diary would corrupt Ginny slowly, that was how it worked, and he had time to gather evidence while monitoring her condition. Cold calculation, Andromeda would call it. Necessary ruthlessness. Harry preferred to think of it as patience. He set up a surveillance network with Daphne's help, using first-year Slytherins who owed him favors to track Ginny's movements and behavior. Reports came in weekly. She seemed tired, distracted, occasionally spacey in ways that didn't match her usual personality. She was writing in a diary constantly, even during meals. "She's being groomed," Daphne observed during one of their private meetings in an unused classroom. Classic manipulation pattern: isolate the target, become their confidant, slowly increase control. The diary's doing that automatically. It's designed for exactly this purpose. Then why not stop it? Because Lucius Malfoy gave it to her, and I want to prove that. Harry's voice was hard. If I intervene now, the diary disappears, Ginny recovers, and Lucius walks away clean. But if I wait until the evidence is undeniable, you can destroy him politically. Exactly. Daphne studied him with those ice-blue eyes that always seemed to see too much. You're gambling with her safety. I'm gambling with calculated risk. I have contingencies in place, people watching her, ready to intervene if she shows signs of serious danger. Harry met her gaze without flinching. I'm not going to let her die, Daphne. But I'm also not going to let this opportunity slip away because I was too squeamish to use it. She was quiet for a moment. Then, slowly, she nodded. You're becoming the person you were trained to be. Is that a compliment or a criticism? I haven't decided yet. The first attack came in October. Mrs. Norris, the caretaker's cat, was found petrified outside the second-floor bathroom, her body rigid as stone, her yellow eyes staring at nothing. On the wall above her, written in what looked like blood, were the words, "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware." Harry arrived at the scene moments after it was discovered, having been alerted by his network. He studied the message, the cat, the pool of water spreading from the bathroom door, and made rapid calculations. The bathroom. Moaning Myrtle's bathroom, home to a ghost who died 50 years ago under mysterious circumstances. The same time period as Tom Riddle's original reign of terror. Harry. Hermione appeared at his shoulder, her face pale. What does this mean? It means someone's opened the chamber. Just like 50 years ago. He kept his voice low, aware of the growing crowd of students. Hermione, I need you to research something. Moaning Myrtle, the ghost in this bathroom. Find out how she died, and where. You think she was a victim? I think she might be the key to finding the entrance. Hermione nodded and disappeared into the crowd, her mission clear. Harry turned his attention to other matters, specifically, to Ginny Weasley, who was standing at the edge of the crowd with an expression of terrified guilt that no one else seemed to notice. She knew something. The diary had shown her something, told her something. And whatever it was eating her alive. Harry didn't approach her. Not yet. But he added the observation to his growing file of evidence. The attacks continued through the autumn. Colin Creevey, a Gryffindor first year, was found petrified with his camera clutched in his hands, the film inside melted, as if something had burned through the lens. Justin Finch Fletchley, a Hufflepuff, along with the Gryffindor ghost nearly headless Nick. Panic spread through the school. Parents sent howlers demanding protection. The ministry sent investigators who found nothing useful. And through it all, Harry watched Ginny Weasley grow thinner, paler, more withdrawn. She's getting worse, Neville reported during one of their private meetings. Harry had recruited him as an observer months ago, recognizing that his quiet demeanor made him nearly invisible to most students. She barely eats anymore. And she keeps sneaking off to the second-floor bathroom at odd hours. The entrance is there, Harry said, certain now. Myrtle died in that bathroom 50 years ago, and Ginny keeps going back to it. The chamber opens somewhere in that room. So what do? We wait. Harry's voice was calm, but his mind was racing. The diary is controlling her actions, using her to open the chamber and direct the monster. But it can only do that because she's isolated and vulnerable. If I can reach her, break the diary's hold, she might be able to tell us everything. Exactly. And then we'd have proof. Real proof, documented and witnessed, that Lucius Malfoy gave his daughter's friend a cursed artifact that nearly killed multiple students. Neville looked uncomfortable. You're treating this like a political operation. Because that's what it is. Voldemort's followers didn't stop being dangerous just because he disappeared. They've been waiting, building power, positioning themselves for his return. Lucius is one of the most prominent. If I can take him down now, publicly, it weakens the entire network. And Ginny? What happens to her? She's a victim. I'll make sure everyone knows that. Harry's voice softened slightly. I don't want her hurt, Neville. I'm trying to save her and expose her attacker at the same time. It's complicated, but it's not callous. I hope you're right. So did Harry. Because despite his careful calculations, despite his contingency plans and surveillance networks, there was always the possibility that he'd miscalculated. That Ginny would be hurt badly before he could intervene. That his patience would cost more than it gained. He pushed those doubts aside and focused on the work. The break came in February. Harry was in the library, researching magical creatures that could petrify their victims, when Hermione burst through the doors with wild eyes and a crumpled piece of parchment in her hand. I figured it out, she gasped, sliding into the chair across from him. The monster, it's a basilisk. A giant snake, king of serpents. It kills with its gaze, but if you see it indirectly, through a mirror, through a camera lens, through a ghost, you're only petrified. A basilisk. Harry's mind raced through the implications. That's why I keep hearing hissing in the walls. It's been moving through the pipes. The pipes. Of course, that's how it gets around without being seen. Hermione spread her parchment on the table, covered in her neat handwriting. And that's why all the victims have been found near flooded bathrooms or water sources. It's using the plumbing system. Which means the entrance to the chamber is connected to the pipes. Probably in a bathroom with direct access to the main sewage system. Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. Harry stood, grabbing his bag. Come on. We need to talk to a ghost. They found Myrtle in her usual spot, floating above the U-bend of her toilet, wailing about some perceived slight. Harry approached with careful diplomacy, letting Hermione ask the questions while he watched for useful details. Myrtle, do you remember how you died? The ghost stopped wailing, her expression shifting to something almost wistful. Oh, it was terrible. I was hiding in here because Olive Hornby had been teasing me about my glasses, and I heard someone come in. A boy, speaking some strange language. And then I saw these great big yellow eyes, over by that sink, and then, she made a vague gesture. I died. By that sink? Harry moved to examine it, running his fingers over the taps. There, a tiny snake carved into the copper, so small he would have missed it if he hadn't been looking. This is it. This is the entrance. Can you open it? Hermione asked. Harry focused on the snake carving, letting the instinct that had always felt foreign rise to the surface. The hissing language that made other students stare and whisper, that marked him as something strange and possibly dangerous. Open, he said, and the word came out as a serpentine whisper. The sink began to move. They didn't go in. Not yet, not without preparation. Harry spent the next week assembling what he needed: anti-venom potions, mirror shields, rooster crows recorded on a magical device. The crowing of a rooster was fatal to basilisks, according to Hermione's research. He also prepared something else, a careful compilation of evidence documenting Lucius Malfoy's involvement in the attacks. The memory of Lucius slipping the diary into Ginny's cauldron. Ginny's deteriorating condition over the months. The magical signature of the diary, which Harry had analyzed with Andromeda's help and could prove matched known dark artifacts from the Malfoy family vault. Everything organized, witnessed, and ready for presentation to the Wizengamot. You're really going to do this, Daphne said when he showed her the file. Take on Lucius Malfoy directly. Not directly. I'm going to let the evidence speak for itself. Harry smiled coldly. After I rescue Ginny and kill the basilisk, of course. The story writes itself. Boy who lived discovers plot by former Death Eater to unleash monster on Hogwarts. The prophet will have a field day. And if Lucius has allies who protect him, then the evidence goes to other outlets. International papers, magical law enforcement, anyone who'll listen. Harry's voice hardened. Lucius Malfoy handed a piece of Voldemort's soul to a child and let it possess her. I don't care how much gold he has, that kind of crime doesn't stay buried. Daphne studied him with an expression he couldn't quite read. Then she stepped forward and kissed his cheek, quick and surprising. For luck, she said. Try not to die. That's the plan. The final confrontation began when Ginny disappeared. Harry's watchers reported her entering Moaning Myrtle's bathroom at midnight and not coming out. When he investigated, he found the entrance open and a message scrawled on the wall in the same bloody paint as before: her skeleton will lie in the chamber forever. No more waiting. No more patience. Harry sent 2 messages, one to Dumbledore through official channels, alerting him to the situation, and one to Andromeda through their enchanted mirrors, providing his evidence file in case he didn't survive what came next. Then he descended into the chamber with his preparation kit and his wand and the cold determination that had sustained him through years of training. The pipes were enormous, large enough to walk through comfortably, sloping steadily downward into the depths beneath the school. Harry moved silently, his mirror shield ready, his ears straining for any hint of scales on stone. The chamber itself was a cathedral of serpents. Massive stone pillars carved with coiling snakes supported a ceiling lost in shadow. At the far end, between the feet of a towering statue of Salazar Slytherin, a small figure lay motionless. Ginny. Harry started forward, then stopped. A young man was emerging from the shadows, dark-haired, handsome, with an aristocratic face that Harry recognized from his weeks of careful study. Tom Riddle. I was wondering when you'd come, Riddle said, his voice silky and amused. Harry Potter. The boy who lived, walking willingly into my domain. Tom Marvolo Riddle. Harry kept his voice steady. Lord Voldemort, or at least a piece of him. I've been looking forward to this conversation. Something flickered in Riddle's eyes, surprise, quickly masked. You know who I am. I've known for months. Your diary told me quite a bit, when I asked the right questions. Harry smiled without warmth. Did you think I'd be like Ginny? Desperate for a friend, eager to share my secrets with a charming stranger? I've been trained better than that. Trained by Andromeda Black. Riddle's voice dripped contempt. A blood traitor who abandoned her family for a mud-blood husband. What could she possibly teach you? How to survive. How to think. How to recognize manipulation when I see it. Harry's wand was in his hand now, though he hadn't consciously drawn it. You made a mistake, Riddle. You created a weapon designed to prey on lonely children, and you aimed it at me. But I've never been lonely. I've never been desperate for understanding. I've had a family, a real family, since I was 4 years old. Touching. But ultimately irrelevant. Riddle raised his own wand, Ginny's wand, Harry realized, stolen from her unconscious body. You've walked into my chamber, surrounded yourself with my serpents, and delivered yourself to my justice. How exactly do you plan to survive this? Harry laughed. It wasn't a pleasant sound. I plan to cheat. He threw the recording device at Riddle's feet and triggered it. The crowing of a rooster erupted through the chamber, magically amplified to deafening volume. Somewhere in the shadows, something massive screamed. Riddle's eyes went wide. No. But Harry was already moving, sprinting toward Ginny, his mirror shield raised against any accidental glimpse of the basilisk. Behind him, he heard the great serpent thrashing, its death cry echoing off the stone walls. The rooster crow wasn't immediately fatal, that would have been too easy, but it was causing tremendous pain, distracting the creature, buying precious seconds. He reached Ginny and grabbed the diary from her cold fingers. Riddle screamed again, the real scream, this time, his spectral form flickering as Harry raised his wand. You can't destroy it. Riddle snarled. It's protected by the most powerful dark magic, I know. Harry drew the basilisk fong from his belt, harvested from the creature's corpse months ago, during his research phase, the only thing he'd taken from the chamber on his initial scouting mission. I came prepared. He plunged the fong into the diary. The effect was instantaneous. Ink poured from the wound like blood, black and viscous, and Riddle's image began to dissolve, screaming, cursing, promising vengeance, until nothing remained but smoke and silence. Harry dropped the ruined diary and turned to Ginny. She was breathing, he realized with relief. Unconscious but alive. The diary's connection had been severed before it could drain her completely. Behind him, the basilisk had gone quiet. The rooster crows faded into echoes, and the chamber fell silent. Harry allowed himself exactly 3 seconds to feel the enormity of what he'd just done. Then he gathered Ginny in his arms and began the long climb back to the surface. The aftermath unfolded exactly as Harry had planned. Dumbledore met him at the entrance to the bathroom, flanked by McGonagall and Snape, their expressions cycling through shock and relief and suspicion. Harry laid Ginny gently on the floor and handed over the destroyed diary. Lucius Malfoy gave this to her at Flourish and Blots last summer, he said, his voice flat with exhaustion. It contained a piece of Voldemort's soul. It possessed her, used her to open the Chamber of Secrets and direct the basilisk attacks. The creature is dead now, and Miss Weasley should recover with appropriate care. Mr. Potter. Dumbledore's voice was careful, probing. How did you know all of this? Research. Observation. A willingness to ask uncomfortable questions. Harry met the headmaster's gaze without flinching. Someone had to figure it out, Professor. The Ministry wasn't going to, they were too busy pretending nothing was wrong. And with respect, sir, your approach seemed to be waiting until someone got killed before taking action. Something flickered in Dumbledore's eyes, acknowledgement, perhaps, or a warning. That's a serious accusation. It's a serious situation. Harry gestured at the destroyed diary. Voldemort created that thing. He made multiple Horcruxes, Professor. I have evidence of at least 3 others, possibly more. He's not gone. He's never been gone. And his followers have been planning for his return for 11 years. You seem remarkably well informed for a 12-year-old. I've had good teachers. Silence stretched between them. McGonagall was watching with poorly concealed alarm. Snape's expression was unreadable, but his eyes were very bright. We should continue this conversation in my office, Dumbledore said finally. After Miss Weasley has been taken to the hospital wing. Of course. Harry stepped back to let Madame Pomfrey through. But first, I'd like to make a formal request. I want Lucius Malfoy arrested and charged with conspiracy to commit murder. I have documented evidence of his involvement, the memory of him placing the diary in Ginny's cauldron, analysis of the artifact's magical signature linking it to Malfoy family holdings, and witness testimony establishing a pattern of targeted abuse. I'm prepared to present this evidence to the Wisingamot at their earliest convenience. Dumbledore's expression didn't change, but something shifted behind his eyes. That's quite a demand, Mr. Potter. Justice usually is. Another long silence. Then Dumbledore nodded slowly. Very well. I'll contact the appropriate authorities. In the meantime, his gaze sharpened. I'd like you to tell me everything you know about Horcruxes. Harry smiled without humor. That conversation might take a while. The Wisingamot session convened 3 days later. Harry sat in the witness chair, dressed in formal robes that Andromeda had sent from home, his evidence file spread before him. Across the chamber, Lucius Malfoy sat with his own lawyers, his face a mask of aristocratic contempt. Mr. Potter. The chief warlock, a thin, nervous man named Tiberius Ogden, leaned forward. You've made serious allegations against a prominent member of this body. Please present your evidence. Harry began to speak. He walked them through everything, the moment at Flourish and Blots, the months of surveillance, the connection between the diary and the chamber attacks, the magical analysis linking the artifact to Malfoy family holdings. He presented memories, documents, expert testimony from Andromeda on the nature of Horcruxes and their creation. Throughout it all, Lucius Malfoy sat motionless, his expression never wavering. When Harry finished, Malfoy's lawyer rose. This is circumstantial at best. My client categorically denies any involvement. I have a memory of him placing the diary in Miss Weasley's cauldron. Memories can be fabricated. Not this one. I've submitted to Veritaserum questioning to verify its authenticity. That caused a stir. Veritaserum testimony from a witness was nearly ironclad in wizarding courts. No one could lie under its influence, and Harry had volunteered for it specifically to counter accusations of fabrication. The lawyer hesitated, clearly recalculating. Lucius's mask slipped for just an instant, a flash of genuine fear, before reasserting itself. Even so, the lawyer continued, recovering, there's no evidence my client knew what the diary contained. He could have believed it was a harmless artifact. The diary contained a piece of the Dark Lord's soul. Harry's voice was flat. It was created through murder and dark ritual. The magical signature is unmistakable to anyone trained in artifact analysis. Lucius Malfoy is a collector of dark objects, his vault is legendary in certain circles. Are you suggesting he couldn't recognize a Horcrux when he saw one? I'm suggesting that my client, endangered children knowingly and deliberately, hoping to discredit the Weasley family and revive his master's legacy. Harry turned to face Lucius directly. You gambled with Ginny Weasley's life for political advantage. You put the entire school at risk because you thought you could escape consequences. You were wrong. The chamber erupted in murmurs. Ogden called for order, his voice barely audible over the chaos. In the end, the vote was closer than Harry had hoped. Too many members owed Malfoy favors, too many were afraid of what his conviction might mean for their own secrets. But the evidence was overwhelming, and even the most compromised Wisengamot members couldn't ignore it entirely. Lucius Malfoy was stripped of his position on the Hogwarts Board of Governors. He was fined heavily for possession of dangerous dark artifacts. And while the murder charges didn't stick, his lawyers were very good at creating reasonable doubt. His reputation was destroyed. Harry watched him leave the chamber, flanked by Aurors, his silver hair disheveled and his mask finally cracked. "You've made an enemy today," Lucius said as he passed Harry's seat. His voice was low, barely audible. "You have no idea what forces you've set in motion. I'm counting on it." Harry met his eyes without flinching. "I want your master to know what happened here. I want him to understand that his followers aren't untouchable anymore. And I want him to remember that Harry Potter is coming for him next." Lucius paled and moved on. In the gallery, Daphne Greengrass was watching with an expression of quiet satisfaction. Hermione was there too, along with the Weasley family, Arthur and Molly, their faces still drawn with worry for Ginny, but managing grateful smiles in Harry's direction. Even Draco was present, standing apart from his disgraced father, his expression complicated. Harry had won. He'd taken down one of Voldemort's most prominent supporters without breaking any laws, without endangering anyone unnecessarily, without becoming the monster he was fighting. But he'd also revealed himself. The boy who lived was no longer a symbol to be manipulated, he was a player in his own right, with resources and cunning and the willingness to use them. The question now was who would move against him first. Summer arrived with the smell of flowers and the weight of exhaustion. Harry returned to the Tonks cottage with a trunk full of books and a head full of plans. The victory over Lucius had been satisfying, but it was only the beginning. Voldemort had other Horcruxes, other followers, other schemes. The war hadn't ended, it had merely entered a new phase. "You did well," Andromeda said on his first night home, after he'd recounted the full story. "Better than I expected, honestly. Taking down Lucius Malfoy at 12 years old, your mother would be proud." Would she? Harry stared into the fire, feeling the weight of everything he'd done. "I used Ginny as bait. I let her suffer for months while I gathered evidence. You saved her life. And you destroyed a Horcrux that could have caused far more damage if left unchecked." "I know." But, he struggled to find words for the feeling that had been growing inside him. "I'm becoming something, Andromeda. Something that scares me sometimes. Cold. Calculating. Willing to sacrifice pieces of my conscience for tactical advantage." She was quiet for a long moment. Then she came to sit beside him, her hand finding his. "That's part of growing up," she said softly. "Learning that the world isn't simple, that doing good sometimes requires doing hard things. The fact that it bothers you, that you notice the cost and worry about it, that's what makes you different from the monsters. How do I know when I've gone too far? You won't always know. Nobody does." She squeezed his hand. "But you have people who love you, who'll tell you when you're losing yourself. Trust us to pull you back if you start to slip." Harry nodded slowly, letting her words settle into the place where his doubts lived. "There's something else," he said. "At the end, in Dumbledore's office, he told me about the prophecy. The full version." Andromeda went very still. "The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches," Harry quoted from memory. "Born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies. And the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not. And either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives." Silence. "You've known pieces of this for years," Andromeda said finally. "I knew there was a prophecy. I knew it was about me and Voldemort. I didn't know," his voice caught. "I didn't know there was no alternative. One of us has to kill the other. There's no negotiation, no compromise, no way out. There's always a way out. Not according to prophecy. Andromeda's grip on his hand tightened. Prophecies are slippery things, Harry. They sound absolute, but they're not. They're possibilities, probabilities, threads that can be woven in different patterns. Neither can live while the other survives doesn't necessarily mean what it seems to mean. What else could it mean? I don't know yet. But we have time to figure it out. She turned to face him fully. Listen to me, Harry. You are not destined to be a sacrifice. You are not destined to die for anyone's cause. Whatever this prophecy means, we will find a way through it that doesn't require you to throw your life away. Harry wanted to believe her. But he'd seen Dumbledore's face when he'd explained the prophecy, the resignation, the careful gentleness of someone delivering a death sentence. The old man believed Harry would have to die. He'd probably believed it for years. Dumbledore thinks I'm supposed to be a weapon, Harry said quietly. A tool to be aimed at Voldemort and expended. He didn't say it outright, but I could see it in his eyes. Dumbledore is a chess player. He thinks in terms of acceptable losses and strategic sacrifices. Andromeda's voice hardened. But you are not his piece to sacrifice. You are your own person, with your own choices, and whatever destiny prophecy laid out for you can be reshaped by the choices you make. You really believe that? I have to. Her eyes were fierce. Because the alternative, the idea that some ancient magic controls your fate regardless of your will, that's not a world I can accept. And neither should you. They sat together in silence as the fire burned low, each lost in their own thoughts. Outside, the summer night sang with crickets and distant owls. The world continued, indifferent to prophecies and chosen ones and the weight of destiny. Harry thought about everything he'd learned, everything he'd become, everything that still lay ahead. He thought about Ginny Weasley's pale face and Lucius Malfoy's defeated eyes and the cold voice of Tom Riddle promising vengeance. He thought about the Horcruxes still out there, anchoring Voldemort's soul to existence, waiting to be found and destroyed. I'm going to hunt them, he said finally. The Horcruxes. I'm going to find them all and destroy them, and when Voldemort returns, he'll be mortal. Vulnerable. Beatable. That's a dangerous mission. Everything about my life is dangerous. Harry smiled grimly. At least this gives me something to do about it. Andromeda studied him for a long moment. Then she nodded. Then we'd better start planning. The diary told you there were at least 3 others, possibly more. Do you have any leads on their locations? A few guesses based on what the diary revealed about Riddle's psychology. He was obsessed with Hogwarts, with the founders, with objects of historical significance. If I were a narcissistic dark wizard hiding pieces of my soul, I'd want to use impressive containers. Founder artifacts, then. Probably. Slytherin's locket, Hufflepuff's cup, Ravenclaw's diadem, those are the obvious possibilities. Harry's mind was already racing through research strategies. And there might be something connected to Gryffindor as well, though the only known artifact is the sword, and that's in Dumbledore's office. You've been thinking about this for a while. Since I first understood what the diary was. I knew then that killing Voldemort would require more than just defeating him in battle, I'd have to destroy everything that anchored him to life first. Andromeda was quiet, processing. Then she stood, moving to the locked cabinet where she kept her most dangerous reference materials. I have some books that might help, she said. Family records, mostly. The Blacks have been studying dark magic for centuries, even if most of them used that knowledge for evil. There might be information about Horcrux locations or methods for tracking them. Thank you. She paused at the cabinet, looking back at him with an expression that mixed pride and worry in equal measure. You're really not a child anymore, are you? I'm not sure I ever was. Harry rose to join her. But that's okay. I have a family that loves me, a cause worth fighting for, and a plan to make things better. That's more than most people get. It is. She pulled him into a hug, fierce and brief. Now let's get to work. We have a Dark Lord to destroy. The summer passed in a blur of research and training. Harry corresponded with Daphne, their letters evolving from political updates to something deeper, personal observations, hopes for the future, the gradual tentative steps of a relationship that neither of them had quite named yet. He exchanged notes with Hermione about magical theory and with Neville about herbology applications for his Horcrux hunt. He even managed a few civil exchanges with Ron, though the distance between them remained. Tonks came home on leave in August, her pink hair cycling through excited shades as she shared stories of Auror training. "You're famous there, you know," she said over dinner. "Harry Potter, the kid who took down Lucius Malfoy in open court. Half my instructors want to meet you. I'd rather avoid the attention." "Too late for that, little brother." She grinned. "You've made a name for yourself. Better get used to being interesting." He supposed that was true. The events at Hogwarts had reshaped his public image, no longer just the boy who lived, but something more active, more dangerous. The Prophet had run weeks of coverage about the Chamber of Secrets, the trial, the fall of a prominent pure-blood lord. Harry Potter was now a symbol not just of survival but of action. It was a useful tool, but also a constraint. The more visible he became, the harder it would be to operate in shadows. "I've been thinking about Sirius Black," Harry said one evening, apropos of nothing. Andromeda looked up from her research. "The prisoner?" "My cousin. He was sent to Azkaban without a trial, wasn't he? For betraying my parents to Voldemort." "Yes. The evidence was," she paused, frowning. "Actually, now that you mention it, I don't remember what the evidence was. Just the accusation." "Exactly." Harry had been pulling at this thread for weeks, ever since his conversation with Dumbledore about the prophecy. Peter Pettigrew was the one who died that night, supposedly. But there was no body, just a finger. And the witnesses were muggles who'd been obliterated. Convenient, isn't it? The perfect scapegoat, a known Gryffindor hothead, found at the scene of a disaster with no memory of what happened. Harry leaned forward. "What if he's innocent?" Andromeda was very quiet for a long moment. "That's a dangerous question to ask," she said finally. "The Ministry declared him guilty. Questioning that opens old wounds and threatens powerful people who don't want the war relitigated." "I know. But if there's any chance he's innocent, if my godfather has been rotting in Azkaban for 12 years for a crime he didn't commit, you want to investigate." "I want the truth." Harry's voice was firm. "Whatever that turns out to be." Andromeda studied him with those perceptive dark eyes that always seemed to see more than he intended. Then she nodded slowly. "I'll help. Carefully, quietly. We can't afford to draw attention before we have solid evidence. But if Sirius is innocent, then we free him. And I gain a powerful ally that Dumbledore thought he'd neutralized. Always thinking strategically. Always." Harry smiled grimly. "But sometimes, strategy and justice point in the same direction. This feels like one of those times. Third year would bring new challenges. Sirius Black escaping Azkaban, Dementors patrolling Hogwarts, secrets about his parents' past rising to the surface. Harry would face them with the same careful preparation that had served him so far. But for now, in the quiet warmth of summer, he allowed himself to feel something like hope. He had a family, allies, a purpose. He had the knowledge to destroy Voldemort's Horcruxes and the determination to see it through. And he had something the Dark Lord would never understand, not power, not cunning, but the simple strength that came from being loved. Tom Riddle had been an orphan, abandoned and alone, building his empire from rage and isolation. Harry had been orphaned too, but he'd been rescued. He'd been raised by people who saw his potential and nurtured it without trying to control it. That made all the difference. In Dumbledore's tower, the old chess master was probably adjusting his plans, trying to account for the variable that Harry had become. In the ruins of Malfoy Manor, metaphorical ruins, anyway, Lucius was nursing his grudges and plotting revenge. Somewhere in the void between life and death, Voldemort's wraith was gathering strength, preparing for the return that everyone knew was coming. Let them plan. Let them scheme. Let them underestimate the boy who'd been raised by wolves and trained by shadows. Harry Potter was ready for all of them. Chapter 3 and Chapter 4, The Prisoner's Truth. The letter arrived on a grey morning in late July, carried by an owl so nondescript that Harry almost missed it among the regular correspondence. Plain parchment, no seal, handwriting that shifted and wavered like the writer had been in physical distress. Harry, I didn't do it. I didn't betray James and Lily. Peter was the secret keeper, not me. He's alive. He's been hiding as a rat for 12 years. I'm coming to find him. I'm coming to prove my innocence. I know you have no reason to believe me. But I swear on my magic and my life, I never betrayed your parents. I would have died first. Your godfather, Sirius Black. Harry read the letter 3 times, his mind racing through implications. Then he took it downstairs to where Andromeda was preparing breakfast. He's escaped, Harry said, setting the letter on the table. And he's heading for Hogwarts. Andromeda read quickly, her face paling. Peter Pettigrew. The rat. Her eyes widened. Harry, the Weasleys have a rat. An old one, missing a toe, missing a finger, Harry corrected grimly. Peter Pettigrew lost a finger in the explosion that supposedly killed him. If Sirius is telling the truth, then the real traitor has been sleeping in Ronald Weasley's bed for over a decade. They stared at each other, the weight of the revelation settling between them. I need to verify this, Harry said. Before the school year starts. If Sirius is innocent, I want proof ready before the Ministry catches him. The Animagus Registry. Peter was registered. If he survived, he'd still show up in the records as active. Andromeda was already moving toward her study. And I can check the Black family magic. There are ways to trace bloodlines, prove connections. If Sirius swore on his magic and it held, then he was telling the truth about not betraying my parents. Harry felt something shift in his chest, not quite hope, not quite anger, but something that combined them both. For 12 years, he'd been told that Sirius Black was a monster, the man who'd handed his parents to Voldemort. The story had never quite fit with what he knew about James Potter's closest friends, but he'd filed it away as another tragedy of the war. Now that tragedy might be a lie. And if it was, someone was going to answer for it. The investigation moved quickly once Harry committed to it. Ted used his Ministry connections to access court records, or rather, the conspicuous absence of them. Sirius Black had never received a trial. He'd been arrested at the scene of Peter Pettigrew's death and thrown directly into Azkaban on Bartemius Crouch's authority. No defense, no testimony, no due process. That's not just irregular, Ted said, his solicitor's outrage barely contained. That's illegal. The right to trial is guaranteed by the magical charter of 1215. Even during wartime, even for suspected Death Eaters, due process cannot be suspended by individual authority. So if we can prove Sirius was denied his rights, we can demand a new trial. And with the evidence we're gathering, that trial would have a very different outcome. Andromeda's family magic confirmed what the letter had claimed. Sirius Black had sworn on his magic that he hadn't betrayed the Potters, and the oath had held. More importantly, the Black family records showed no indication of dark mark binding, the magical signature that would have been present if Sirius had ever truly served Voldemort. He was never a Death Eater, Andromeda reported, her voice tight with emotion. The magic doesn't lie, Harry. My cousin spent 12 years in Azkaban for a crime he didn't commit. Then we need to find Peter Pettigrew and prove it. Harry sent a carefully worded letter to Ron Weasley, casually asking about his pet rat, how long he'd had it, where it had come from, whether it had any unusual behaviors. Ron's response was puzzled but detailed. Scabbers had belonged to his brother Percy before him, had been in the family for over 12 years, and was looking increasingly unwell lately. Probably just old age, Ron wrote. Mum says common rats don't usually live this long. Common rats didn't. But animagi could. Harry shared the information with Tonks, who'd been brought into the investigation through Andromeda's careful disclosure. If Pettigrew's really been hiding as a rat, we can force him to transform, Tonks said, her aura training evident in her analytical tone. There's a revealing spell, shows animagus forms even through prolonged transformation. We'd need to get close enough to cast it, though. That means getting access to the Weasley home. Or waiting until the school year and cornering him at Hogwarts. Hogwarts is probably safer. More witnesses, harder for the Ministry to suppress. Tonks frowned. But that means letting Sirius stay on the run for another month. With Dementors hunting him. He survived Azkaban for 12 years. He can survive another month. Harry's voice was harder than he'd intended. I need this done right, Tonks. If we move too fast, the Ministry will bury the evidence. They've already invested too much in Sirius's guilt to admit they made a mistake. You sound like Mum. I'll take that as a compliment. The Hogwarts Express departed on September 1st under a sky heavy with rain clouds. Harry had arrived early, claiming his usual compartment, his preparations complete. In his trunk, carefully warded, was a file containing everything he'd gathered over the summer, evidence of Sirius's denial of trial, analysis of Peter Pettigrew's supposed death, testimony from the Black's family magic, and detailed notes on how to force an animagus transformation. Hermione joined him first, her arms full of books and her face bright with questions. You've been distant all summer, she said, settling across from him. Your letters were practically coded. What's going on? I've been investigating something. Something that could change everything. Harry glanced at the compartment door, confirming they were alone. What do you know about Sirius Black? The escaped prisoner? He betrayed your parents to you-know-who, killed Peter Pettigrew and 12 muggles. She stopped, catching his expression. Harry, what did you find? He told her. Everything, the letter, the investigation, the missing trial, the evidence pointing to Peter Pettigrew's survival. Hermione listened with growing alarm, her analytical mind visibly processing the implications. If this is true, she said slowly, then the Ministry imprisoned an innocent man for 12 years. That's not just a mistake, that's a crime. Yes. And you want to prove it. I want to free my godfather and expose the people who let this happen. Harry's voice was steady. But I need to do it carefully. The Ministry won't want to admit they were wrong. Neither will Dumbledore, who apparently knew about the Secret Keeper situation and never questioned the official story. Hermione was quiet for a moment. Then she nodded. What do you need me to do? Research. Everything you can find about animagus transformations, forced revelations, and the legal precedents for challenging wrongful imprisonment. I need to know exactly what we're up against before we make our move. I can do that. Her eyes were bright with the familiar fire of intellectual challenge. Harry, if you're right about this, then Sirius Black is innocent, and Peter Pettigrew has been hiding in Ron's bedroom for 12 years. Harry smiled grimly. I know. It's going to be a complicated conversation. The compartment door slid open, and Ron Weasley stuck his head in. Hey! I've been looking everywhere for you too. Mind if I? He stopped, noticing their serious expressions. What's wrong? Harry exchanged a glance with Hermione. This was earlier than he'd planned, but Ron deserved to know what they were investigating before they reached Hogwarts. Sit down, Ron. There's something I need to tell you about your rat. The Dementors attacked the train an hour later. Harry felt them coming before he saw them, a creeping cold that had nothing to do with temperature, a sense of hopelessness that settled over the compartment like a shroud. Hermione shivered violently. Ron went pale. And in his pocket, Scabbers began to squirm with frantic desperation. Harry drew his wand. The compartment door flew open, and cold flooded in, not just physical cold, but emotional, spiritual, the kind that reached into your chest and tried to rip out everything warm. A hooded figure filled the doorway, its rattling breath the only sound in suddenly frozen silence. Harry heard screaming. His mother's voice, begging for his life. Green light flashing. The laughter of the monster who'd taken everything from him. No. He forced his mind to focus, summoning the technique Andromeda had drilled into him. Occlumency shields rising, compartmentalizing the despair, creating space for clear thought. The Patronus charm, he'd been practicing all summer, preparing for exactly this. Expecto Patronum. Silver light exploded from his wand. Not the misty vapor of a partial Patronus, but a fully formed shape, ancestral, skeletal and winged and absolutely real. It charged the Dementor with silent fury, driving the creature back into the corridor, pursuing it down the train until the cold began to fade. Harry stood in the middle of the compartment, wand still raised, breathing hard. Around him, his friends were staring. What, Ron managed, was that? Patronus charm. Advanced defense magic. Harry lowered his wand, checking that everyone was unharmed. The Dementors are hunting Sirius Black. They must have thought he might be on the train. But, ancestral. Hermione's voice was shaky. Harry, you can only produce a Patronus in that form if you've seen death. Yes. He didn't elaborate. Some things weren't meant for casual conversation. The compartment door opened again, and a weary-looking man in shabby robes appeared. He looked like he'd been ill recently, pale, scarred, exhausted, but his eyes were sharp with intelligence and something that might have been recognition. Is everyone all right? I felt the Dementor presence, but by the time he stopped, his gaze landing on Harry. You drove it off. A full corporeal Patronus at your age. Professor Lupin, I presume. Harry had done his research on the new defense teacher. Remus Lupin, former friend of James Potter, current werewolf. One of the few people who might actually know the truth about the secret keeper switch. I've been practicing. Lupin's expression flickered, surprise, then careful assessment. James's son. You look just like him, but I have my mother's eyes. Yes. Harry cut off the observation before it could become maudlin. Professor, we should talk. Not now, there are too many years on this train, but soon. There are things you should know about what really happened 12 years ago. The words landed like stones in still water. Lupin's face went very still. What do you mean? I mean that Sirius Black never received a trial. I mean that Peter Pettigrew is an animagus whose form is a rat. And I mean that the secret keeper switch was never properly investigated because everyone assumed they knew what happened. Harry met the werewolf's eyes without flinching. My godfather is innocent, Professor. And I can prove it. Lupin stared at him for a long moment. Then, very slowly, he sank into the seat across from Harry. Tell me everything. The conversation lasted until the train reached Hogsmeade. Harry laid out his evidence methodically, watching Lupin's face shift from disbelief to confusion to something that looked painfully like hope. I never understood it, Lupin admitted, his voice rough. Sirius loving James, loving all of us, and then betraying him. It never made sense. But the evidence seemed overwhelming, and then Peter was dead, and, he broke off, shaking his head. I should have questioned it. I should have fought for a proper trial. You were grieving. And the Ministry had already made up its mind. Harry's voice was carefully neutral. What matters now is what we do next. The rat. Lupin's eyes sharpened. You said Pettigrew's form is a rat? Scabbers. Ron held up the cage where his pet was huddled in the corner, looking distinctly unwell. He's been in my family for 12 years. Harry thinks he's actually, let me see. Lupin drew his wand and cast a complex spell that made the air shimmer blue for a moment. His face went white. Merlin. It's true. There's a wizard hiding in there. Can you force the transformation? Not alone. The spell requires 2 casters for reliability. Lupin looked at Harry with new respect. But if you've been trained properly, I have. Harry drew his own wand. On 3. They cast together, their magic interweaving in a spiral of golden light that enveloped Scabbers' cage. The rat squealed, writhed, and began to grow. When the transformation finished, Peter Pettigrew stood in the middle of the compartment, wheezing and terrified, his watery eyes darting between the wands pointed at him. Please, he gasped. Please, I can explain, save it for the trial. Harry's voice was ice. Incarcerus. Ropes erupted from his wand, binding Pettigrew so tightly he could barely breathe. The man who'd betrayed his parents, who'd let his best friend rot in prison for 12 years, who'd hidden as a coward while the world believed him a hero, reduced to a squirming bundle on the floor. We need to contact the Ministry, Lupin said, his voice shaking with emotion. And Dumbledore. And, not yet. Harry held up a hand. Think about it, Professor. The Ministry has Dementors hunting Sirius right now. If we hand Pettigrew over to them before Sirius is safely exonerated, they might execute Sirius before the truth comes out. Lupin's eyes widened with horror. They wouldn't, they've already denied him a trial for 12 years. You think they won't take shortcuts now? Harry shook his head. We need to get Sirius first. Bring him in safely, with Pettigrew as evidence, and make the whole thing public enough that the Ministry can't suppress it. You want to arrange his surrender. I want to control the narrative. Harry smiled grimly. My guardian taught me well. The plan came together over the following weeks. Harry used his network to get a message to Sirius, through channels that even the Dementors couldn't monitor. Andromeda's family magic allowed communication between blood relatives, and she was willing to serve as an intermediary. The message was simple: we have Peter. Come to Hogwarts. We'll protect you. Sirius's response came 3 days later, carried by the same magic: I'm coming. Don't trust Dumbledore with this, he knew about the switch and did nothing. That confirmation sent cold anger through Harry's veins. Dumbledore had known. Known that Sirius wasn't the secret keeper, known that something was wrong with the official story, and done nothing. Let an innocent man suffer in Azkaban while he played his chess games with the fate of the wizarding world. We need to be careful, Harry told his inner circle, Hermione, Daphne, Neville, and now Lupin, during a secret meeting in an unused classroom. Dumbledore will try to control this situation once he realizes what's happening. We can't let him. Why not? Neville asked. I mean, if Sirius is really innocent, won't Dumbledore want to help? Dumbledore wants whatever serves his greater good. Harry's voice was flat. Sirius free and angry might not fit his plans. Sirius grateful and controllable would be different, but I'm not going to let my godfather be manipulated the way Dumbledore has tried to manipulate me. You really don't trust him, Hermione said quietly. I trust him to do what he thinks is right. The problem is, his version of right involves treating people as pieces on a chessboard. Harry met her eyes. Including me. Including Sirius. Including anyone who might be useful for defeating Voldemort. The conversation was interrupted by a soft knock on the door. Harry drew his wand. They'd warded the room against intrusion, so anyone knocking had either broken through or been allowed by the wards. Daphne opened the door to reveal Draco Malfoy. I know you're planning something, Draco said without preamble. The whole school's talking about the Dementor on the train and how Potter drove it off with a full Patronus. And now you're having secret meetings with Lupin and the Longbottom heir. His grey eyes were sharp. Whatever it is, I want in. Harry studied him carefully. Draco had been different since his father's fall, quieter, more thoughtful, less eager to parrot family dogma. They'd maintained a careful détente over the past year, neither friends nor enemies but something more complicated. "This is personal," Harry said finally. "Family business. My family's involved." Draco's voice was tight. "My father talks in his sleep when he's drunk. I've heard things, about Sirius Black, about the night your parents died, about who really betrayed them. If what I've heard is true." He took a breath. "If it's true, then my father helped destroy an innocent man for political convenience. I want to know if that's the case. And if it is, then I want to decide for myself what to do about it." Draco's chin lifted. "I'm not my father, Potter. I can choose my own path." Harry considered for a long moment. Then he stepped aside. "Come in. We have a lot to discuss." Halloween arrived with bitter irony, the anniversary of his parents' murder, and the night they'd chosen to spring their trap. Sirius had slipped into the castle through passages he remembered from his student days, arriving in the room of requirement where Harry's group had gathered. He looked terrible, gaunt, wild-eyed, aged beyond his years by Azkaban's horrors, but there was fierce intelligence behind the madness, and something that might have been hope. "Harry." His voice cracked on the name. "Merlin, you look just like James. But those eyes are my mother's, yes." Harry stepped forward, offering his hand. "It's good to finally meet you, Sirius. The real you, not the monster the Ministry created." Sirius took his hand, and Harry felt the tremor in his grip. 12 years of Dementors, 12 years of everyone believing him a traitor, it had broken something inside his godfather. But not everything. Not the core of who he was. "Peter," Sirius breathed. "You really caught him?" "He's secured and waiting." Harry gestured toward a corner where Pettigrew lay bound and silenced, his watery eyes rolling with terror. "We thought you might want to see him before we turn him over to the authorities." Sirius moved toward his former friend with murderous intent in every line of his body. Harry let him get within arm's reach before speaking. "Killing him won't help." "It would help me." "No. It would give the Ministry an excuse to execute you anyway." Harry's voice was calm but firm. "You've spent 12 years paying for his crime. Don't let him take anything else from you." Sirius stopped, his hands clenched into fists, his breathing ragged. For a moment, Harry thought he might ignore the advice, might take the vengeance he'd dreamed of for more than a decade. Then the tension drained from his shoulders, and he turned away. "You're right. Damn you, but you're right." He looked at Harry with something like wonder. "James would have talked me out of murder too. Same words, probably. My mother would have hexed you if you tried." Harry smiled slightly. "At least, that's what Andromeda tells me." "Andromeda." Sirius's expression softened. "She believes me. She confirmed it with family magic. You never bore the dark mark, never swore to Voldemort. The oath you made in your letter, that you never betrayed my parents, held true." Harry met his godfather's eyes. "You're innocent, Sirius. And tonight, we're going to prove it to the world." The plan unfolded with precision. Tonks had arranged for Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, to be present at Hogwarts for an urgent security consultation. Bones was known for her integrity. Unlike most Ministry officials, she couldn't be bought or intimidated. If they could present the evidence to her directly, she'd have to act on it. Harry led Sirius through the castle's hidden passages, avoiding the Dementors that still patrolled the grounds, making their way toward the Great Hall where the Halloween feast was in progress. The timing was deliberate, maximum witnesses, maximum publicity, minimum opportunity for cover-ups. They emerged from behind a tapestry just as the feast reached its peak. Dumbledore was at the staff table, resplendent in purple robes, his expression carefully genial. Bones sat beside him, looking mildly irritated at being summoned for unclear reasons. Harry walked into the great hall with Sirius Black at his side and Peter Pettigrew floating behind them in his magical bonds. The room erupted. Students screamed. Teachers drew wands. Dumbledore rose to his feet, his eyes blazing with power and something else. Calculation. Concern that his carefully maintained order was being disrupted. Harry. His voice carried over the chaos, magically amplified. What is the meaning of this? Justice, Professor. Harry's voice was equally amplified, a trick Andromeda had taught him. This is Sirius Black, my godfather, who was imprisoned without trial 12 years ago for crimes he didn't commit. And this, he gestured toward Pettigrew's bound form, is Peter Pettigrew, who was supposedly killed by Sirius but has actually been hiding as an animagus rat ever since. He's the one who really betrayed my parents to Voldemort. The silence that followed was absolute. That's impossible, someone said. Minister Fudge, Harry realized, who had apparently been present for the feast. Pettigrew is dead. Black killed him, then explain why he's breathing. Harry flicked his wand, and Pettigrew's bindings loosened enough for him to speak. Tell them, Peter. Tell them what you did. Pettigrew's eyes darted around the room, seeking any possible escape. He found none. Wands were pointed at him from every direction, and even Dumbledore's expression had gone cold and hard. I didn't have a choice, he whimpered. The Dark Lord, he would have killed me, so you sold out your best friends instead. Sirius's voice was rough with contempt. Sold James and Lily to save your miserable skin. They were going to die anyway. The Dark Lord was too powerful, no one could stop him, but Harry did. Hermione stepped forward, her voice clear and strong. A baby stopped Voldemort, and all you had to do was stay loyal. But you couldn't even manage that, could you? Pettigrew broke. The full confession spilled out of him, the fear, the betrayal, the desperate survival at any cost. How he'd faked his death, framed Sirius, hidden with the Weasleys for 12 years while his best friend's son grew up believing a lie. When he finished, the great hall was silent again. But this time, the silence was different. Horrified. Furious. Madam Bones. Harry turned to the department head, who had listened to everything with growing outrage. I'm formally requesting a trial for Sirius Black and criminal charges against Peter Pettigrew. I have documented evidence of ministry misconduct in the original case, including the denial of due process guaranteed by the magical charter. Bones rose, her face like stone. You'll have your trial, Mr. Potter. And the ministry will have a great deal to answer for. She looked at Fudge with undisguised contempt. Minister, I suggest you start preparing your explanation for how an innocent man was imprisoned without trial for over a decade. Fudge spluttered, but Bones was already moving, taking custody of Pettigrew, directing orders that Harry hadn't even noticed entering the hall. Professional, efficient, unstoppable. Harry felt Sirius's hand on his shoulder, steadying, grateful, overwhelmed. You did it, Sirius breathed. After all these years, we did it. Harry looked around at his allies, Hermione with her fierce intelligence, Daphne with her cool support, Neville with his quiet courage, even Draco standing apart but present, having chosen to be here instead of hiding. I couldn't have done any of this alone. Dumbledore approached them, his expression unreadable. Harry. This was unexpected. Was it, Professor? Harry met those blue eyes without flinching. You knew about the secret keeper switch. You knew something was wrong with the official story. But you never pushed for a real investigation. Why? The question hung in the air. Around them, students and teachers were watching, listening, waiting. Dumbledore's expression flickered, guilt, maybe, or just the discomfort of being challenged publicly. I believed I was doing what was best, for whom? Harry's voice was soft but sharp. For Sirius, who spent 12 years with Dementors. For me, who grew up believing my godfather was a monster. For the truth, which you apparently considered less important than your greater good? Silence. We'll continue this conversation privately, Dumbledore said finally, his tone carefully controlled. No. I think we've had enough private conversations. Harry turned away, guiding Sirius toward the exit. Tonight, we're going to celebrate. Tomorrow, we're going to make sure justice is actually served. And after that, he paused at the door, looking back. After that, we'll see. They left the great hall behind, and with it, whatever last illusions Harry had held about Albus Dumbledore's benevolence. The trial convened 3 weeks later before the full Wizengamot. Harry sat in the gallery, surrounded by his allies, watching as Sirius Black finally received the due process he'd been denied for 12 years. The evidence was overwhelming: Pettigrew's confession, magical verification of Sirius's claims, documentation of the Ministry's procedural failures. Even Fudge's supporters couldn't argue with the facts. Sirius was exonerated by a vote of 53-2, the dissenting votes coming from known Death Eater sympathizers who were subsequently investigated for their own wartime activities. Pettigrew was sentenced to life in Azkaban. And Harry Potter, the boy who lived, was recognized by the Wizengamot for exceptional service to magical justice, a formal acknowledgement that carried significant political weight. "You've made powerful enemies today," Andromeda said after the verdict, finding Harry in the corridor outside the courtroom. "Fudge will never forgive you for embarrassing him. And some of the old families won't appreciate having their wartime compromises questioned." "I know." Harry watched Sirius emerge from the courtroom, blinking in the torchlight like a man seeing sunlight for the first time. "But I've also gained something more valuable. Your godfather. More than that." Harry turned to face her. "I've proven that the system can be forced to work. That powerful people can be held accountable. That truth matters, even when it's inconvenient." He smiled slightly. "That's worth a few enemies." Sirius reached them, still looking slightly dazed by his freedom. "Harry. I can't, you don't have to say anything." Harry embraced his godfather, feeling the sharp bones beneath the prison-worn flesh. "Welcome back, Sirius. Welcome home." The winter holidays brought changes. Sirius moved into Grimmauld Place, the Black family home, beginning the long process of reclaiming his inheritance and his sanity. Harry visited often, helping where he could, building the relationship that should have existed since his infancy. "Your father would be proud of you," Sirius said one evening, sitting by the fire in the drawing room. "The way you handled all of this, the planning, the execution, the political maneuvering. James was brave, but he wasn't strategic. You got that from somewhere else." "My mother, probably. And Andromeda." Harry set down his teacup. "Speaking of which, I have a proposition for you." "I'm listening." "The Black family has resources. Properties, artifacts, political connections that have been dormant since the war. With your exoneration, those resources are accessible again." Harry leaned forward. "I want to use them. Not for personal gain, for the war that's coming." Sirius's expression sharpened. "You believe Voldemort's coming back?" "I know he is. I've seen the signs, studied the patterns." Harry's voice was steady. "And when he does, the Ministry won't be ready. Dumbledore's order won't be enough. We need something else, a third faction, neither light nor dark, capable of operating independently. You want to build an army. I want to build an alliance. People who understand that the old categories don't work anymore, who are willing to fight without being pawns of existing power structures." Harry met Sirius's eyes. "I want you to help me. As my godfather, as a Black, as someone who's seen what happens when good people trust the wrong institutions." Sirius was quiet for a long moment. The fire crackled, casting dancing shadows across his gaunt face. "I spent 12 years in Azkaban because I trusted the system," he said finally. "Trusted that the truth would come out, that justice would prevail. It didn't. The system failed, and I paid the price." "Exactly. So now you want to build something better." Something that doesn't depend on corrupt ministers or manipulative headmasters. Yes. Sirius smiled, a real smile, the first Harry had seen from him. James would have said yes without thinking. He was impulsive that way. But you've already got a plan, don't you? Several plans, actually. Contingencies for various scenarios. Harry allowed himself a small smile in return. Andromeda's been very thorough in my education. I can tell. Sirius leaned back, considering. All right, Harry. I'm in. Whatever you need, resources, connections, a place to operate, the House of Black is at your disposal. Thank you. Don't thank me yet. Wait until you see what kind of mess this family's archives are in. Sirius's smile turned wry. I might be exonerated, but there's a lot of work to do before the Black name means anything good again. We'll do it together. Harry rose, offering his hand. Welcome to the Resistance, Sirius. Sirius took his hand, and the grip was steady. No. Welcome to the family. Spring arrived with the smell of new growth and the weight of gathering shadows. Harry had spent the winter building his network, recruiting carefully, vetting thoroughly, establishing protocols for secure communication. The core group remained small: Sirius, Andromeda, Ted, Tonks, Hermione, Daphne, Neville, and a handful of others who had proven their commitment and discretion. Draco Malfoy was not officially part of the network, but he was adjacent. He'd kept his word about the Halloween revelation, maintaining silence about what he'd witnessed and learned. More importantly, he'd begun to distance himself from his father's ideology, questioning assumptions he'd accepted without thought since childhood. He's not ready to fully commit, Daphne observed during one of their private conversations. But he's moving in the right direction. That's enough for now. Harry reviewed the intelligence reports that had come in that morning. Any word on the tournament? Ministries confirmed it. Triwizard Tournament, hosted at Hogwarts next year. 3 schools, 3 champions, ancient magic and political spectacle combined. Daphne's voice was dry. It's going to be a circus. And a target. Harry frowned. 3 schools worth of important students in one location. If Voldemort's followers wanted to make a statement. Or recruit. That too. He set down the reports. We need eyes at Durmstrang and Beauxbatons. Students, if possible. Staff, if necessary. I might have some contacts. Daphne produced a folded parchment from her robes. The Greengrass family has connections throughout Europe. My father's been receptive to certain conversations about the changing political landscape. Harry took the parchment, scanning the list of names. You've been busy. I learned from the best. Her smile was sharp but warm. Someone told me that building alliances was like tending a garden. You have to plant seeds early if you want them to bloom when you need them. Sounds like good advice. It was. She stepped closer, her ice blue eyes meeting his. Harry, when we started this, the alliance, the network, whatever you want to call it, I told myself it was purely strategic. That I was positioning myself for future advantage. And now? Now I'm not sure that's the whole truth. Her voice softened. I believe in what you're building. Not just because it's smart, but because it's right. And I believe in you. Harry felt something shift in his chest, not the cold calculation that usually governed his decisions, but something warmer. More personal. Daphne, you don't have to say anything. She took his hand, her fingers cool against his. I just wanted you to know. Whatever happens next, whatever wars we fight, whatever prices we pay, I'm with you. Not as an ally of convenience, but as. She hesitated. As whatever you want me to be. He looked at her, really looked, seeing past the Ice Queen mask to the girl underneath. The girl who'd matched his wit from the first day, who'd challenged him when he needed challenging, who'd stood beside him through conspiracies and confrontations without ever asking for more than he could give. "I want you to be my partner," he said finally. "In all of this. Not just the politics or the war, everything." Her smile was like dawn breaking. "Then that's what I'll be." The school year ended with summer on the horizon and the future uncertain but somehow brighter than it had been. Harry had accomplished what he'd set out to do, freed his godfather, exposed ministry corruption, built the foundations of something that could eventually challenge the existing power structures. But he knew it was only the beginning. Voldemort was still out there, waiting to return. The Horcruxes were still hidden, anchoring his soul to existence. And the tournament next year would bring new challenges, new dangers, new opportunities. "You're thinking too hard again." Tonks dropped onto the bench beside him in the Hogwarts courtyard, her hair shifting through thoughtful shades of purple. "You've got that look you get when you're planning 3 moves ahead of everyone else." "Only 3. I'm slipping." She laughed and nudged his shoulder. "Seriously, little brother. You've done amazing things this year. Take a moment to appreciate it." Harry looked around the courtyard, at the students enjoying the spring sunshine, at the ancient stones of the castle, at the sky above where clouds drifted lazily past. For a moment, he let himself simply exist in the present, without calculating or planning or preparing for the next battle. "I appreciate it," he said quietly. "All of it. The family, the friends, the chances to make things better." He turned to Tonks with a small smile. "Thank you for being part of it. Wouldn't miss it for the world." She grinned, her hair cycling to bright pink. "Now come on. Mum's expecting us for dinner, and you know how she gets when people are late." They walked toward the Hogwarts gates together, the future uncertain but not unbearable. Harry had faced dark wizards and darker magic, corrupt institutions and manipulative mentors. He'd found his godfather, built his network, begun to shape the world according to his own vision. And this was only the beginning. Whatever came next, the tournament, the war, the long road to Voldemort's final defeat, he would face it with the people he'd gathered around him. Not alone, never alone again. The gray air was rising. And the world would never be the same. Chapter 4 and Chapter 5, the tournament's fire. The goblet of fire burned with cold blue flames in the center of the great hall, ancient magic swirling in patterns that hurt to look at directly. Harry watched from the Slytherin table as student after student approached to enter their names, each one dreaming of eternal glory. He had no intention of entering. The tournament was a spectacle, a distraction, and more importantly, a trap waiting to be sprung. "You're not even tempted?" Blaise asked, watching Cedric Diggory drop his parchment into the flames. "I have enough glory." Harry's voice was dry. "What I need is information, and the tournament is going to provide plenty of opportunities to gather it." The foreign delegations had arrived a week earlier, Durmstrang's dark ship rising from the Black Lake, Bosbaden's flying carriage descending in a flutter of pale blue silk. Harry had already made contact with key students from both schools, establishing the preliminary relationships that would form the basis of his European network. Victor Crumb was simpler than expected, a young man who wanted to be seen as more than a Quidditch player, hungry for intellectual respect. Harry had engaged him in conversations about defensive magic theory, treating him as a colleague rather than a celebrity. The Bulgarian had responded with cautious interest. Fleur Delacour was more complex. Vila heritage made her accustomed to being dismissed as decoration, and she developed formidable defenses against superficial attention. Harry had approached her through academic channels, asking about French magical traditions with genuine curiosity. She'd thawed slowly, recognizing in him something she rarely encountered, someone who actually listened when she spoke. "The Durmstrang champion will be Crumb," Daphne predicted, joining them at the table. "Their headmaster has been pushing him forward at every opportunity." "Karkaroff's a former Death Eater," Harry said quietly. "He bought his freedom by giving up names after the war. If Voldemort returns, he'll be one of the first to run or rejoin." "You think he's here for more than the tournament?" "I think everyone's here for more than the tournament. Harry watched Dumbledore conferring with the other headmasters, his genial expression hiding whatever calculations were running behind those twinkling eyes. The question is what they're really after. The flames turned red. The goblet has made its decision, Dumbledore announced, his voice carrying through the suddenly silent hall. The champion for Durmstrang will be Victor Krum. Applause erupted as Krum rose, his expression carefully neutral, and walked toward the champion's chamber. The champion for Beauxbatons. Fleur Delacour. More applause, though Harry noticed some of the Beauxbatons students looked disappointed. Fleur walked with perfect poise, her chin high, ignoring the whispers about her heritage. And the champion for Hogwarts. Cedric Diggory. The Hufflepuff table exploded with cheers as Cedric rose, looking genuinely surprised and pleased. A good choice, Harry thought. Diggory was capable, honorable, and popular. The kind of champion who would represent Hogwarts well. The flames should have died then. The goblet should have returned to dormancy, its task complete. Instead, they blazed red again. Harry felt his stomach drop before Dumbledore even reached for the fourth piece of parchment. He knew, with the certainty of someone who'd spent years learning to recognize traps, exactly whose name was about to be called. Harry Potter. The hall went silent. Then erupted. Harry didn't move from his seat. He didn't react to the stares, the whispers, the growing murmur of accusation and confusion. He simply sat, processing, calculating, adjusting his plans to account for this new variable. Someone had entered his name in the goblet. Someone with enough magical knowledge to circumvent age restrictions and fool ancient magic. Someone who wanted him in this tournament, bound by magical contract, forced to compete. Someone who wanted him dead. Harry. Daphne's hand found his under the table, her grip tight. Did you know? His voice was calm. This wasn't me. Then who? That's what I need to find out. He rose from the table, aware of every eye in the hall following him. Before whoever did this springs whatever trap they've planned. He walked toward the champion's chamber with measured steps, his expression revealing nothing of the cold fury building in his chest. The small room behind the great hall was crowded with tension. Krum stood in one corner, his expression stormy. Fleur was conferring with Madame Maxime, her beautiful face pale with concern. Cedric had positioned himself near the fire, looking confused but not hostile. They all turned when Harry entered, followed moments later by the headmasters and ministry officials. Harry. Bagman's jovial face was a mask of poorly hidden excitement. Extraordinary. A fourth champion. I didn't enter my name. The simple statement cut through Bagman's enthusiasm. Karkaroff stepped forward, his thin face twisted with suspicion. A likely story. Potter clearly, I didn't enter my name. Harry's voice was harder now, commanding attention. I'm 14 years old. The goblet had an age restriction. Someone else put my name in, someone who wanted me bound to a magical contract I never agreed to. But the goblet's selection is binding, Crouch said, his voice brittle with bureaucratic certainty. Regardless of how the name was entered, Mr. Potter must compete or forfeit his magic. I'm aware. Harry met Dumbledore's eyes, seeing the calculation there, the rapid reassessment. But before we discuss the logistics of my forced participation, I'd like to understand how this was possible. Headmaster, you created the age line yourself. How did someone circumvent it? A powerful confundus charm on the goblet itself, Moody growled from the doorway. Convince it there were 4 schools competing, enter the boy's name under the 4th school. Simple enough if you know how. Simple for whom? Harry kept his voice level. Who in this castle has the knowledge and access to confuse an ancient magical artifact? The question hung in the air. Harry watched faces, Karkaroff's flicker of guilt, Maxime's genuine confusion, Dumbledore's carefully blank expression. And Moody. Moody's magical eye was fixed on Harry with an intensity that felt wrong, somehow. Too interested. Too invested. We will investigate, Dumbledore said finally. In the meantime, Harry, you must compete. The contract is binding. I understand. Harry inclined his head slightly. I'll do what's required. But I want it on record that I did not enter this tournament voluntarily, and I consider whoever did enter my name to be an enemy acting against my interests. Noted. Crouch's voice was clipped. Now, the first task will take place on November 24th, Bagman interrupted, eager to move past the awkwardness. Champions are allowed only their wands. No other information will be provided in advance. Harry nodded and turned to leave. At the door, he paused. One more thing. I'd like to request a magical oath from each adult in this room, confirming they did not enter my name in the goblet. Silence. That's highly irregular, Crouch began. So is forcing a 14-year-old into a tournament designed for adults. Harry's gaze swept the room. Unless someone objects. One by one, they gave their oaths. Bagman, nervous but truthful. Crouch, stiff but compliant. Maxime and Karkaroff, offended but clear. Dumbledore, with a knowing look that Harry filed away for later analysis. Moody's oath came last, and it held. But Harry noticed that his magical eye kept spinning, and his drinking flask never left his hand. The weeks before the first task became an exercise in information warfare. Harry activated every resource at his disposal. Tonks investigated the goblet's security through Auror channels. Sirius reached out to contacts who might know about Death Eater activity. Andromeda analyzed the magical signatures surrounding the event, looking for traces of whoever had cast the Confundus. And Harry himself watched. Observed. Catalogued every inconsistency in the behavior of those around him. Moody was wrong. Harry couldn't pinpoint exactly what, the man's paranoia fit his reputation, his knowledge matched his experience, his dedication to constant vigilance seemed genuine. But something was off. The way he moved, perhaps, or the way his magical eye tracked Harry specifically whenever they were in the same room. You think it's him? Daphne asked during one of their strategy sessions. I think something about him isn't what it seems. Harry spread his notes across the table. He was the one who suggested the Confundus theory. He was the one who explained exactly how it would work. Either he's genuinely the expert everyone believes him to be, or he knows because he did it. Yes. But his oath held. Oaths can be complicated. Harry frowned. If someone believed they were doing the right thing, or if they were compelled somehow, or if the exact wording allowed for interpretation. You're suggesting he might not be Mad-Eye Moody at all. The thought had occurred to Harry. It seemed paranoid, even by his standards. But something was wrong, and until he figured out what, he couldn't afford to dismiss any possibility. I want him watched. Carefully. Document everything unusual about his behavior, especially anything that contradicts what we know about the real Moody. I'll handle it. Daphne's ice-blue eyes were sharp. What about the task itself? Cedric's been getting hints about dragons. His father apparently has connections in the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. Dragons. Of course it would be dragons. Then I need to prepare accordingly. Harry began a new list in his mind, research topics, spell requirements, strategic options. And I need to do it in a way that doesn't tip off whoever's watching. You think they want you to fail? I think they want something specific from this tournament. Harry's voice hardened. And until I know what, I'm going to assume the worst-case scenario. November 24th arrived cold and clear. Harry stood at the edge of the Champions' enclosure, watching the stands fill with spectators, listening to the roar of something massive in the arena beyond. Dragons. 4 of them, one for each champion, with a golden egg hidden among their nesting clutch. Cedric had gone first, transfiguring a rock into a dog to distract his Swedish short snout. Clever, effective, a bit rocky in execution. Fleur had used a sleeping charm on her Welsh green, nearly been burned when it snored fire, but recovered with grace. Crumb had hit his Chinese fireball with a conjunctivitis curse, brutal, efficient, not particularly elegant. Now it was Harry's turn. The Hungarian horntail waited in the arena, the most dangerous of the four breeds. Its bronze horns gleamed in the weak sunlight, its spiked tail swishing with agitation. It was a creature of fire and fury, ancient and terrible and absolutely willing to kill anything that threatened its eggs. Harry didn't intend to fight it. He'd spent weeks preparing for this moment, researching dragon behavior and psychology, studying the magical theory of serpentine communication. Because Hungarian horntails, like all dragons, were distantly related to snakes. And Harry Potter spoke to snakes. He walked into the arena with his wand raised and his mind focused. "Peace," he hissed in Parseltongue. "I mean no harm to you or your eggs." The dragon's head whipped toward him, nostrils flaring. The crowd went silent, they couldn't understand what he was saying, but they recognized the serpentine sounds. "I need only the golden one. The false egg. I will not touch your true children." The horntail's yellow eyes fixed on him with terrible intelligence. For a long moment, nothing happened. Harry felt the weight of the dragon's consideration, ancient magic recognizing ancient magic, predator acknowledging something unexpected in its prey. Then, slowly, the dragon shifted its bulk aside. Harry walked past the creature, feeling the heat of its breath on his skin, aware that one wrong move would mean death. But he didn't falter, didn't show fear, kept his mental posture steady and respectful. The golden egg sat among the dragon's clutch. Harry picked it up, cradled it against his chest, and turned to leave. "Thank you," he said. "May your eggs hatch strong." The dragon rumbled, not a threat, but something that might have been acknowledgement. Harry walked out of the arena to thunderous silence. Then the crowd exploded. "That was either brilliant or insane," Hermione said later, as they gathered in their usual meeting room. "Possibly both. It was calculated risk." Harry examined the golden egg, running diagnostic spells over its surface. The dragon handlers confirmed it. Hungarian horntails are the most intelligent of the breeds. They're capable of recognizing communication, even if they don't usually respond to it. I gambled that Parseltongue would register as legitimate speech rather than threat display. And if you'd been wrong? Then I had backup plans. He didn't elaborate on what those plans had involved. Some preparations were better left unspoken. "Your scores were highest," Neville reported. "Even Karkaroff had to give you 9s, though he looked like he'd swallowed something sour. The judges were impressed by the minimal violence." Harry set down the egg. "But the task itself was just the beginning. Someone wanted me in this tournament for a reason, and we're no closer to understanding what that reason is. Actually." Daphne produced a folded parchment from her robes. "We might have found something. Moody's been making late-night visits to the 7th floor, the same corridor where the room of requirement is located. You've been following him?" "Blaise has." "Under disillusionment." Her smile was sharp. "The real Mad-Eye Moody would have detected that kind of surveillance immediately. This one hasn't noticed at all." The implication settled into Harry's mind like a stone into water. "Polyjuice. That's my theory. Someone's impersonating Moody, has been since the beginning of the year. The constant drinking from his flask, the behavioral inconsistencies, the way his magical eye doesn't move quite the way the real Moody's would." Daphne spread her hands. "It fits. Do we know who?" "Not yet. But whoever it is has access to the real Moody, they'd need regular supplies of his hair for the potion." Her expression darkened. "Which means the real Moody is probably being held somewhere, kept alive for harvesting." Harry's mind raced through the implications. An impostor at Hogwarts, in a position of authority, teaching defense against the dark arts. Someone who'd had months to observe, plan, manipulate. Someone who'd been close enough to enter Harry's name in the goblet. Someone working for Voldemort. We need to confirm this before we act, he said slowly. If we're wrong, or if we move too early, we lose the chance to understand the full plan. And if we're right, we're letting a Death Eater operate freely in the school. A Death Eater who doesn't know we suspect him. Harry's smile was cold. That's an advantage. As long as he thinks his cover is intact, he'll continue with whatever he's planning. And when he makes his move, we'll be ready. That's dangerous, Harry. Everything about this situation is dangerous. He picked up the golden egg again, turning it over in his hands. But we didn't get this far by being timid. We got here by being prepared. And by the time the third task arrives, we're going to know exactly what our enemy wants, and exactly how to stop them. The Yule Ball arrived with the weight of expectation and the glitter of forced celebration. Harry had asked Daphne, of course. There was never really any question, though they both approached the conversation with characteristic wariness, neither willing to admit that the political alliance had long since evolved into something deeper. You look. He paused at the bottom of the stairs, watching her descend in robes of deep emerald that matched his own. Devastating. That was the intention. Her smile was sharp but warm. Shall we terrify people together? They entered the great hall arm in arm, and Harry felt the familiar shift of attention, whispers spreading, speculation building, alliances being reassessed. The boy who lived, escorting the greengrass heir. The political implications alone would fuel gossip for weeks. But for once, Harry wasn't thinking about politics. The music started, and he led Daphne onto the dance floor with steps Andromeda had drilled into him years ago. She followed perfectly, her body moving with his, their partnership as seamless in this arena as in any other. People are staring, she murmured. Let them. The prophet will have opinions. The prophet always has opinions. He spun her gently, watching the light catch her hair. Tonight, I don't care about the prophet. Or politics. Or whoever's trying to get me killed. That's very unlike you. I know. He pulled her closer, feeling her breath catch. I'm trying something new. It's called enjoying the moment. They danced through 3 songs before the moment was interrupted. Hermione appeared at the edge of the floor, her expression tense despite her elegant dress robes. Harry. We have a problem. He didn't ask for details. Not here, not in public. He simply nodded, squeezed Daphne's hand in apology, and followed Hermione to a quiet alcove off the main hall. Crouch, Hermione said quickly. Bartemius Crouch. He's here, not the senior one, but his son. I saw him on the Marauders map. Harry went very still. Bartemius Crouch Jr. is dead. Died in Azkaban years ago. Then explain why his name is showing up in Moody's office right now. The pieces clicked into place with sickening clarity. Crouch Jr. Death Eater. Imprisoned for torturing the Longbottoms. Officially dead, but Azkaban's records weren't known for their accuracy, and the Crouch family had always been ruthlessly practical. He's the imposter. It fits. Hermione's voice was tight. His father would have had the influence to fake a death, smuggle him out. And Crouch Jr. was fanatically devoted to Voldemort. If anyone would infiltrate Hogwarts for the Dark Lord, it would be him. Harry's mind was already adjusting, calculating new approaches. They had a name now. A face. A history. And they had leverage. Where's the real Moody? I don't know. But if Crouch needs regular access to polyjuice ingredients, he'd keep him close. Somewhere secure but accessible. Harry thought through Hogwarts geography. His office has a trunk. Multi-compartment. Deep enough to hide a full-grown wizard. We need to tell Dumbledore. Not yet. Harry's voice was firm. Dumbledore will act immediately if we bring this to him. He'll arrest Crouch, interrogate him, handle everything through official channels. And we'll never learn what the full plan actually is. Harry, there's a Death Eater teaching classes, a Death Eater who thinks he's winning. Who's been carefully building towards something specific. Something connected to the tournament, to me, to Voldemort's return. Harry met Hermione's eyes. I need to know what that something is. And the only way to find out is to let him think he's still in control. You're using yourself as bait. I'm using the situation we've been given. Harry smiled grimly. It's not ideal. But I'd rather face a trap I understand than one I don't. Hermione looked like she wanted to argue. But she knew him too well, knew that this was who he was, the strategist, the calculator, the boy who'd rather control a dangerous situation than avoid it entirely. Promise me you'll be careful. I'm always careful. Promise me anyway. He took her hand, squeezing it gently. I promise. Now let's get back to the ball before people notice we're missing. They returned to find Daphne waiting with barely concealed impatience. Harry pulled her back onto the dance floor, holding her close, letting the music wash over them while his mind continued to work through angles and implications. Problems, she murmured. Solutions, he corrected. Or the beginning of them, anyway. She didn't press for details. That was one of the things he loved about her, she trusted his judgment, understood his methods, gave him space to work without demanding constant reassurance. Loved. The word surfaced unexpectedly, settling into his consciousness with quiet certainty. He loved Daphne Greengrass. Not just as an ally, not just as a partner, but genuinely and completely. He'd deal with that revelation later. Right now, he had a Death Eater to outmaneuver and a conspiracy to unravel. But later, when this was over, he was going to tell her. The second task came and went like a footnote. Harry retrieved Daphne from the lake. She'd been chosen as his hostage, a fact that sent certain messages to certain observers, using Gillyweed and the Mere-People connections he'd established through careful diplomacy over months. The task was completed efficiently, without drama, earning him solid marks that kept him tied for first place with Cedric. More importantly, it gave him time to prepare. Crouch Jr. was accelerating his timeline. Harry could see it in the subtle changes, more urgent glances at Harry during class, increased activity on the Marauders map late at night, a growing edge of anticipation in the imposter's behavior. Whatever the plan was, it was building toward the third task. The maze, Daphne said during one of their strategy sessions. It has to be. The first two tasks were public, heavily supervised. The maze will be different, champions isolated, obstacles blocking observation, plenty of opportunities for interference. The cup at the center. Harry nodded. The Triwizard Cup. If someone wanted to turn it into a port key, you'd grab it, thinking you'd won, and end up somewhere else entirely. Somewhere Voldemort is waiting. The pieces fit too neatly to be coincidence. A tournament to justify Harry's presence. A maze to isolate him. A cup to transport him. And at the end, what? A ritual? An execution? Some combination of both. We need to warn Cedric, Daphne said. He might grab the cup first. Already done. Obliquely. Harry had been dropping hints to the Hufflepuff champion for weeks, warnings about tournament security, suggestions about being cautious in the maze. Cedric wasn't stupid, he'd understood something was wrong. He'll be careful. And if something happens to me, nothing is going to happen to you. If something happens, Harry continued firmly, he'll know to alert the authorities immediately. He won't try to play hero. Harry. Daphne's voice cracked slightly. You're planning for your own death. I'm planning for every contingency. He took her hands, meeting her eyes. I'm not going to die, Daphne. I've worked too hard and come too far to lose now. But if I didn't prepare for the worst case, I'd be the kind of fool who gets killed by his own overconfidence. I hate this. I know. He pulled her close, feeling her heart beating against his chest. I hate it too. But it's almost over. One more task. One more confrontation. And then we'll know exactly where we stand. The night of the third task arrived with June warmth and the taste of anticipation. The maze stretched across the Quidditch pitch, its hedges towering and dark, alive with magic that shifted and changed according to rules only it understood. Harry stood at the entrance with the other champions, feeling the weight of 100 eyes on his back. Cedric caught his gaze and nodded slightly. Ready. Fleur looked nervous but determined. Krum was stoic, his wand already raised. The cannon fired. Harry entered the maze at a run, his wand lighting the path ahead, every sense alert for danger. The hedges closed behind him immediately, cutting off the sounds of the crowd, leaving only silence and shadow. The obstacles came quickly. A blast-ended Scroot, dispatched with efficient violence. A Boggart, overcome through sheer will and occlumency training. A Sphinx, whose riddle Harry solved in under 30 seconds. And through it all, the growing certainty that he was being guided. The path was too clear, the obstacles too manageable. Someone had prepared this route specifically for him. He found Cedric first, disoriented by a mist that twisted perception. Harry cut through it with a counter-charm and pulled the Hufflepuff to his feet. Together, Harry said. The cup's close. I can feel it. You sure about this? I'm sure we're both targets. Better to face whatever's coming with backup. They moved through the final stretch of maze, wands ready, watching each other's backs. The cup gleamed ahead of them, radiant with magical light, beckoning. On 3? Cedric asked. On 3. They reached for it together. The world twisted. The graveyard materialized around them like a nightmare-given form. Crooked headstones, dead grass, a massive cauldron bubbling with dark liquid at the center of the space. And figures. Hooded, masked. Death Eaters, surrounding them, wands raised. Harry Potter. A voice from the shadows, high, cold, inhuman. At last. Harry pushed Cedric behind him, his wand coming up, his mind racing through options. Voldemort. I was wondering when you'd show yourself. Laughter echoed through the graveyard. A figure emerged from behind the cauldron, small, twisted, wrapped in dark robes. Peter Pettigrew, holding something in his arms. Something that looked almost like a baby, but wrong. Deformed. Kill the spare, the cold voice commanded. Pettigrew's wand rose. Avada, Protego Maximus. Harry's shield erupted with force he hadn't known he possessed, deflecting the killing curse into a headstone that exploded into fragments. He grabbed Cedric's arm and pushed. Run. But there was nowhere to run. Death Eaters closed in from all sides, their wands tracking, their faces hungry behind their masks. Harry fired off curses in rapid succession, stunners, cutters, anything to buy time, but there were too many. A spell caught him in the side, spinning him around. Ropes erupted from someone's wand, binding his arms. He hit the ground hard, the taste of blood in his mouth, and heard Cedric cry out as he was captured too. Excellent. Voldemort's voice was closer now. Bring him to me. Hands dragged Harry to the cauldron, forced him to his knees. The deformed thing in Pettigrew's arms was placed into the bubbling liquid, and Pettigrew began to chant, ancient words, dark magic, the ritual of resurrection. Bone of the Father, unknowingly given. A grave burst open. Bones rose and fell into the cauldron. Flesh of the servant, willingly sacrificed. Pettigrew raised a silver knife and, Harry looked away, the sound of cutting, of screaming, of something falling into the liquid. Blood of the enemy, forcibly taken. The knife came toward Harry's arm. He struggled, but the ropes held. The blade cut, and his blood dripped into the cauldron, the liquid erupted. Steam. Light. Power beyond anything Harry had ever felt, pressing against his senses, threatening to overwhelm him. And then a figure rose from the cauldron. Tall. Pale. Serpentine. Eyes like burning coals, slits where a nose should be, a mouth that curved into a smile of terrible satisfaction. Lord Voldemort was reborn. Harry Potter. Voldemort stepped from the cauldron, accepting the robe Pettigrew offered, his movements graceful despite his inhuman appearance. The boy who lived. Come to witness my return. Harry forced himself to meet those terrible eyes. Come to end it, actually. But I'll admit, the timing could be better. Laughter rippled through the Death Eaters. Voldemort's smile widened. Such courage. Your parents had courage too, in the end. It didn't save them. It saved me. Temporarily. Voldemort raised his wand, pale wood, you, the brother to Harry's own. Tonight, that oversight is corrected. But first, he turned to his followers. A demonstration. Free him. Give him his wand. Let him die fighting, so none can say Lord Voldemort murdered a helpless child. The ropes fell away. Harry's wand was thrown at his feet. He picked it up slowly, his mind working through possibilities. The odds were impossible, one 14-year-old against the most powerful dark wizard in history, surrounded by his followers, with no escape and no backup. But Harry had never planned to fight fair. Before we begin, he said, his voice carrying clearly through the graveyard, there's something you should know. Voldemort's eyes narrowed. Speak quickly. My patience is limited. The Horcruxes. Harry watched the shock ripple across Voldemort's face. The diary in the chamber. The ring in the gaunt shack. The locket in the cave. The cup in Bellatrix's vault. The diadem in the room of requirement. He smiled coldly. Did you think no one was paying attention? You know nothing, I know everything. Harry raised his wand. I've spent years hunting your anchors, Tom. Years planning for this moment. The diary is destroyed. The others are located and marked for destruction. Your immortality is a lie, and soon, very soon, you'll be as mortal as the rest of us. Voldemort's composure cracked. For just an instant, Harry saw something human in those monstrous features, fear, genuine fear, of the death he'd spent decades trying to escape. Kill him. Kill him now. Curses flew from every direction. Harry moved. The emergency port key activated, the one Sirius had given him, hidden in his sleeve, key to activate with a specific wandless spell. The world twisted, colors blurring, the graveyard falling away, and then he was in the ministry atrium, surrounded by startled witches and wizards, bleeding from a dozen small wounds but alive. Alive. He'd escaped. He'd faced Voldemort and lived. And more importantly, he'd planted the seeds of doubt that would eat at the Dark Lord's confidence for months to come. The war wasn't over. It was just beginning. But Harry Potter had drawn first blood. The aftermath unfolded in waves of chaos and revelation. Cedric was recovered from the graveyard, injured but alive, having been left behind when Harry's dramatic exit forced the Death Eaters to scatter. His testimony corroborated Harry's account. Voldemort had returned, had attempted murder, had demonstrated power that made the Ministry's denials laughable. Fudge tried to suppress it anyway. Of course he did. Admitting Voldemort's return meant admitting his own incompetence, meant facing the terror his administration had spent years pretending didn't exist. But Harry had learned from the Sirius Black affair. He didn't rely on the Ministry. The Quibbler ran the full story. Xenophilius Lovegood was eccentric but honest, and he had no loyalty to the establishment that had mocked him for years. The Prophet followed reluctantly, forced by public pressure to acknowledge what could no longer be denied. By July, the wizarding world knew the truth. Lord Voldemort was back, and the Second War had begun. You knew this would happen, Daphne said, finding Harry in the room of requirement where he'd retreated to plan. All of it, the tournament, the trap, the resurrection. You went in knowing. I suspected. Harry didn't look up from his maps and notes. I didn't know for certain until Crouch's wand rose. By then, it was too late to do anything but survive. You let it happen. I let it happen the way it was going to happen anyway, but on my terms instead of theirs. Now he looked at her, his green eyes fierce. Voldemort was always coming back. The prophecy guaranteed it. The question was never whether he'd return, but whether we'd be ready when he did. And are we? More ready than we would have been otherwise. Harry gestured at the room around them, supplies stockpiled, allies catalogued, plans prepared. The network is in place. Sirius has the black resources mobilized. Tonks has contacts in the Auror Corps who aren't compromised. And the Horcruxes, the real key to ending this, are identified and vulnerable. So what happens now? Now we fight. Harry rose, pulling her close. Not the Ministry's way, not Dumbledore's way. Our way. We've built something over the past 4 years, relationships, resources, intelligence. It's time to use it. Harry. She hesitated, something vulnerable flickering behind her Ice Queen mask. Tonight, in the graveyard. I thought, we all thought, I know. He cupped her face in his hands. I thought so too, for a moment. But I promised you I'd be careful. I promised I'd come back. And you did. Always. He kissed her, properly kissed her, for the first time, letting the relief and the fear and the love he'd been holding back finally surface. She responded fiercely, her hands fisting in his robes, pulling him closer. When they finally broke apart, both breathing hard, she laughed softly. That's been a long time coming. Too long. He rested his forehead against hers. I love you, Daphne. I should have said it sooner. You're saying it now. Her smile was like sunrise. That's what matters. They stood together in the hidden room, surrounded by the tools of war, and for just a moment, the weight of the world lifted. Tomorrow would bring new battles, new dangers, new sacrifices. The Dark Lord had risen, and the war that would define their generation had begun in earnest. But tonight, Harry Potter held the woman he loved and allowed himself to hope. Chapter 5 and Chapter 6, The Grey Lord rises. The summer after the tournament burned with the heat of denial and the cold reality of war. Cornelius Fudge stood before the Wizengamot, his face flushed with desperate conviction, and declared that Harry Potter was a liar. That Cedric Diggory had been confused by trauma. That the so-called resurrection was an elaborate hoax designed to destabilize the Ministry and undermine public confidence. Harry watched from the gallery, his expression carefully neutral, as the Minister of Magic committed political suicide in slow motion. He's doubling down, Daphne murmured beside him. Even with the evidence, even with the witnesses, he has no choice. Harry's voice was soft. Admitting Voldemort's return means admitting he failed to prepare, failed to listen, failed to protect the people who trusted him. His entire career collapses the moment he acknowledges the truth. So he'll keep lying until the bodies start piling up. That's exactly what he'll do. Harry rose as the session concluded, nodding to allies scattered throughout the chamber. Which is why we can't wait for the Ministry to act. We need to be ready to move without them. The walk through the Ministry's corridors drew stares and whispers. Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the boy who claimed the Dark Lord had returned, opinions varied wildly on whether he was a hero, a liar, or simply mad. Harry ignored them all, his mind already turning to the work ahead. The Horcrux hunt was accelerating. Over the past month, his network had confirmed the locations of 3 remaining soul anchors. The locket was in a sea cave protected by inferi and dark enchantments. The cup was in Bellatrix Lestrange's Gringotts vault. The diadem was hidden in Hogwarts itself, in the room of requirement where generations of students had concealed their secrets. The ring had been the first to fall, Sirius and Andromeda had retrieved it from the gaunt shack, barely surviving the curse that protected it. The Horcrux was destroyed, but Sirius's hand bore the scars of dark magic that no healing could fully repair. "Worth it," Sirius had said, flexing his blackened fingers. "One down. 4 to go. Now only 3 remained. 3 anchors between Voldemort and mortality. 3 obstacles between Harry and the final confrontation that prophecy demanded." And somewhere in the shadows, the Dark Lord was gathering his forces for war. The attacks began in August. Muggle families disappeared from their homes, found days later with the dark mark floating above their bodies. Wizarding villages burned in the night, their wards shattered by magic that should have been impossible. Ministry officials who spoke against the official denial were found dead in their offices, killed by curses that left no trace. Fudge blamed criminal elements and isolated incidents. The prophet dutifully reported his reassurances. Harry built an army. The DA had evolved over the past year from a student defense group into something far more substantial. Its members, drawn from all 4 houses, trained in combat and tactics and the harsh realities of war, formed the core of a resistance that operated outside ministry control. "We have 47 active members," Hermione reported during one of their strategy sessions. "Another 30 sympathizers who provide intelligence and support. Contacts in the Auror Corps, the Department of Mysteries, even a few ministry undersecretaries who've realized Fudge is leading them off a cliff." "Not enough to fight a war," Neville observed. His face had hardened over the past months. The round-cheeked boy who'd arrived at Hogwarts terrified of his own shadow was gone, replaced by someone who'd found his purpose. "We need more resources. More fighters. We need allies," Harry agreed. "The Order of the Phoenix has been reactivated, Dumbledore's old resistance network. They have experience, connections, safe houses throughout Britain. But Dumbledore controls them," Daphne said. "And Dumbledore still wants to control you. Then we need to negotiate." Harry's voice was firm. "I don't trust Dumbledore's methods, but I trust his commitment to defeating Voldemort. We can work together without being absorbed." "You think he'll agree to that?" "I think he'll have to." Harry smiled coldly. "Because without us, without our intelligence and our resources and our willingness to do what his noble order won't, he can't win this war. And he knows it." The meeting took place at Grimmauld Place, neutral ground that belonged to Sirius but had been offered for Order use. Harry arrived with his inner circle, Daphne, Hermione, Neville, and Blaise, facing Dumbledore across the old kitchen table. The headmaster looked tired, Harry noted. The past year had aged him in ways that had nothing to do with time. "Harry." Dumbledore's voice was measured. "Thank you for agreeing to this discussion. Thank you for finally acknowledging we needed to have one." Harry didn't soften the edge in his voice. "For months, your order has been operating as if my network doesn't exist. As if the intelligence we've gathered, the resources we've mobilized, the contacts we've developed are somehow less valuable than your own. That was never my intention. Your intention doesn't matter. Your actions do." Harry leaned forward. "We're at war, Professor. A war that requires every advantage, every ally, every tool we can bring to bear. You can either work with us as equals, or you can watch while we fight this war our own way. But you can't ignore us anymore." Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. The other Order members present, Moody, the real one, recovered from his imprisonment, McGonagall, Kingsley Shacklebolt, watched with expressions ranging from skeptical to thoughtful. "What are you proposing?" Dumbledore asked finally. "Joint operations where our goals align. Intelligence sharing, with appropriate protections for sources. Resource pooling for major actions." Harry's voice was businesslike. "In return, we maintain our independence. No attempts to absorb my network into your command structure. No demands that we follow orders without question. We're allies, not subordinates. And if I disagree with your methods, then you express that disagreement, and we discuss it like adults." Harry met Dumbledore's eyes without flinching. "But you don't override me. You don't go behind my back. You don't treat me like a chess piece to be moved according to your grand strategy. You're asking for a great deal of trust. I'm asking for exactly what you've failed to give me for the past 5 years. Harry's voice hardened. You placed me with the Dursleys without checking on my welfare. You let Sirius rot in Azkaban when you could have demanded a trial. You watched me enter that tournament knowing something was wrong and did nothing. Every time there was a choice between treating me as a person and treating me as a tool, you chose the tool. The words hung in the air like accusations. Which, Harry supposed, they were. I was trying to protect you, Dumbledore said quietly. You were trying to shape me. There's a difference. Harry stood. I'm not asking you to apologize. I'm asking you to recognize that your way of doing things has costs, and some of those costs have been paid by people who never agreed to bear them. Going forward, we do things differently. Or we don't do them together at all. Silence. Then, slowly, Dumbledore nodded. Very well, Harry. We'll try it your way. His eyes were sharp despite their weariness. But I hope you understand, the war we're fighting will demand sacrifices neither of us can anticipate. When those moments come, the clarity you're demanding now may prove elusive. Maybe. Harry gathered his allies with a glance. But I'd rather face unclear choices with my eyes open than walk blindly into sacrifices someone else has planned for me. He left the kitchen with his head high, feeling the weight of Dumbledore's gaze on his back. The alliance was forged. Whether it would hold under the pressures of war remained to be seen. Fifth year began under the shadow of denial and the threat of surveillance. Dolores Umbridge arrived at Hogwarts with ministry backing and a mandate to restore order. Her smile was sweet and her pink cardigan was cheerful and her eyes held the cold satisfaction of a torturer who'd finally been given legitimate targets. Harry recognized what she was immediately, not a Death Eater, but something in some ways worse. A petty bureaucrat with unlimited authority and no conscience. Someone who would destroy lives not for ideology but for the simple pleasure of exercising power. She's been appointed High Inquisitor, Hermione reported after the first week. Authority to inspect teachers, override curriculum decisions, and issue educational decrees with the force of law. Fudge's last desperate attempt to control the narrative, Daphne observed. If he can't silence Harry through denial, he'll do it through official persecution. Let him try. Harry's smile was sharp. The more she overreaches, the more enemies she makes. And the more enemies she makes, the faster Fudge's support collapses. The strategy was simple, let Umbridge hang herself with her own rope. Harry attended her classes with perfect courtesy, completed her useless assignments without complaint, and watched as she systematically alienated every constituency in the school. Teachers humiliated by her inspections. Students tortured with blood quills for speaking inconvenient truths. Parents outraged by letters describing conditions their children endured. The DA continued to meet in secret, training harder than ever, preparing for the war that the ministry refused to acknowledge. Harry let Umbridge think she was winning while her foundation crumbled beneath her. And when she finally used her blood quill on him, I must not tell lies, carved into his hand in his own blood, he didn't resist. He documented. You let her torture you. Sirius's voice was rough with fury. You sat there and let that toad carve words into your flesh, once. Harry held up his scarred hand. One session. Enough to create evidence, not enough to cause permanent damage. He produced the vial from his pocket, a memory, carefully extracted, showing every detail of Umbridge's detention. This goes to Amelia Bones tomorrow. Along with testimonies from 17 other students who've received the same treatment. She'll claim it was authorized, she'll claim whatever she wants. But blood quills are classified as torture devices under the International Statute of Magical Secrecy. Using them on children is a crime that not even Fudge can protect her from. Harry smiled grimly. By next week, Dolores Umbridge will be facing charges before the Wisengamot. And Fudge will have to choose between defending a torturer and admitting he appointed one. Sirius stared at him for a long moment. Then he laughed, a harsh, incredulous sound. Merlin's beard. You planned this from the beginning. I planned for contingencies. She provided the opportunity. Harry sealed the memory vial with a charm. The key to beating petty tyrants isn't fighting them directly, it's letting them destroy themselves while you document everything. Andy taught you well. She taught me to survive. Everything else, I learned from watching people like Umbridge think they were winning. Harry met his godfather's eyes. This war isn't just about fighting Voldemort. It's about cleaning out the rot that let him rise in the first place. Umbridge, Fudge, everyone who prioritized power over principle, they all go down. One way or another. Umbridge fell faster than even Harry had anticipated. The evidence was overwhelming, not just his testimony, but a coordinated campaign of documentation that revealed months of systematic abuse. Students from all four houses came forward. Parents demanded action. The Prophet, sensing which way the wind was blowing, suddenly discovered its journalistic integrity. Within 2 weeks, Dolores Umbridge was removed from Hogwarts in magical restraints. Within a month, she was convicted of multiple counts of child abuse and sentenced to 5 years in Azkaban. Cornelius Fudge's position became untenable shortly after. The Wisengamot vote was closer than Harry would have liked, too many members still feared the implications of admitting Voldemort's return, but in the end, the combination of Umbridge scandal and mounting evidence of Death Eater activity proved decisive. Fudge was removed from office, replaced by Rufus Scrimgeour, the former head of the Auror office. He's better than Fudge, Tonks reported. More competent, certainly. But he's also more dangerous, he actually believes in fighting, which means he'll want to control the fight. Let him try to control the Order. Let him try to control Dumbledore. Harry studied the intelligence report spread across his desk. We stay independent, stay mobile, stay focused on what matters. The Horcruxes. The Horcruxes. Harry tapped the map showing their confirmed locations. The locket's the priority. Dumbledore's been researching the cave's protections, he thinks he can breach them, but it'll be dangerous. He wants to go alone. He wants to take me. Harry's voice was carefully neutral. Says there's something about the cave that requires my specific participation. That sounds like a trap. It might be. Or it might be genuine. Harry sighed. This is the problem with Dumbledore. I can never be certain whether he's being honest or whether he's manipulating me toward some end I can't see. So don't go. If I don't go and the locket isn't retrieved, we lose our best chance to destroy it before Voldemort realizes we're hunting his Horcruxes. Harry shook his head. I have to take the risk. But I'm going in with contingencies in place. Contingencies meaning us. Meaning all of you. Waiting. Ready to extract me if something goes wrong. He met Tonks's eyes. I trust Dumbledore's commitment to the cause. I don't trust his willingness to sacrifice me for it. There's a difference. The cave was everything the intelligence suggested and worse. Harry stood at the cliff's edge, watching Dumbledore work through the blood ward protections, feeling the dark magic pulsing from the hidden entrance like a heartbeat of malevolence. The old wizard moved with deliberate care, his damaged hand, blackened by the ring Horcrux's curse, trembling slightly as he traced the necessary runes. The entrance requires blood, Dumbledore said. A price for admission, as it were. Voldemort's sense of theater. Harry drew his knife without hesitation, cutting his palm and pressing it to the rock. He always did love symbolic sacrifices. The cliff face shimmered and parted, revealing a tunnel descending into darkness. They walked in silence, the air growing colder and more oppressive with each step. Harry's wand light seemed to struggle against the shadows, as if the darkness itself was alive and hungry. The cavern at the tunnel's end was vast, dominated by a black lake that reflected nothing. At its center, barely visible, was an island, and on the island, a stone basin glowing with sickly green light. "The locket is in the basin," Dumbledore said. "Protected by a potion that must be drunk before the vessel can be emptied." "Drunk by whom?" "By whoever wishes to retrieve what's inside." Dumbledore's eyes met Harry's. "The potion cannot be vanished, cannot be transfigured, cannot be moved by any magical means. It must be consumed." "And what does it do to the person who drinks it?" "I don't know precisely. But I suspect." Dumbledore's voice was heavy. "I suspect it forces the drinker to relive their worst memories. Their deepest regrets. Their most terrible truths." Harry looked at the basin, then at the old man beside him. Dumbledore was already damaged, the curse from the ring was slowly killing him, a fact that the headmaster thought he'd hidden but Harry had deduced months ago. Adding whatever horror the potion contained might destroy him entirely. "I'll drink it," Harry said. "No. This is my burden, Professor." Harry's voice was firm but not unkind. "You're dying. The ring's curse is eating you from the inside out. I don't know how much time you have left, but I know it's not much. And I know that whatever's in that potion, you're not strong enough to survive it." Dumbledore's face went very still. "How long have you known?" "Months. Since I started watching you more carefully after the tournament." Harry met those ancient blue eyes without flinching. "I don't blame you for hiding it. You have your reasons, your plans, your greater good. But right now, in this moment, I need you to trust me. Let me drink the potion. Let me face whatever's inside. The memories it will show you, are mine to face." Harry moved toward the boat that would carry them across the lake. "I've spent my whole life preparing for moments like this. I can handle it." He wasn't entirely certain that was true. But he was certain that Dumbledore couldn't, and between uncertain survival and certain death, the choice was clear. The potion was everything Dumbledore had warned and worse. Harry drank, and the world fell away, replaced by visions that cut deeper than any curse. His mother's screams as Voldemort's wand rose. His father's body crumpling in the hallway. The cold hatred in Petunia's eyes every time she looked at him. The cupboard under the stairs, dark and small and suffocating. Every moment of fear and loneliness and doubt he'd ever experienced, compressed into an endless stream of agony. He drank anyway. Forced himself to swallow, again and again, even as his mind screamed for release. "You're not strong enough," the potion whispered in Voldemort's voice. "You're just a boy. A foolish, arrogant boy playing at games you don't understand. You'll fail. Everyone you love will die. And it will be your fault. Lily. James. Sirius. Andromeda. Daphne. All of them, dead because of you." Harry's hand shook as he lifted the final goblet. His vision was blurred with tears he didn't remember crying. But he drank. And then it was over. He lay on the stone island, gasping, trembling, his mind raw and bleeding from the assault. Dumbledore was beside him, he could hear the old man's voice, distant and concerned, but couldn't make out the words. The basin was empty. Harry reached out, his fingers closing around cold metal, and pulled the locket from the shallow pool of remaining liquid. Slytherin's mark gleamed in the green light, heavy with dark magic, pulsing with the fragment of soul it contained. "Got it," he managed, his voice barely a whisper. "Got the lake erupted." Hands, cold, dead, grasping hands, reached up from the black water. Inferi by the hundreds, climbing toward the island, their empty eyes fixed on living flesh. Harry's wand came up on instinct. Incendio. Fire exploded from his wand, sweeping across the approaching corpses, driving them back into the depths. Dumbledore added his own flames, weaker than they should have been, but still powerful, creating a ring of protection around the island. The boat. Harry staggered to his feet. "We need to reach the boat." They ran. Waited. fought through grasping hands and snapping jaws, fire and curse light painting the cavern in hellish colors. The inferi were relentless, endless, rising from the lake faster than they could be destroyed. Harry reached the boat first, pulling Dumbledore in behind him. The ancient craft began to move, painfully slow, while dead hands clawed at its sides. The tunnel. Harry pointed his wand at the cave entrance. Bombarda Maxima. The explosion brought down half the ceiling, sealing the passage behind them, but also creating enough distraction for the boat to reach the shore. They scrambled out, ran for the cliff entrance, burst into open air and moonlight and the blessed absence of grasping dead. Harry collapsed against the rocks, the locket clutched in his hand, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Harry. Dumbledore's voice was weak but present. Are you alive? Harry forced himself upright. We need to go. The others are waiting. He activated the emergency port key, and the world twisted away. The locket proved to be a fake. Harry discovered this back at Grimmauld Place, when he finally had the strength to examine their prize properly. The chain was Slytherin's, the shape was correct, but the magical signature was wrong. Someone had replaced the real Horcrux with a replica. Inside was a note, folded small, written in elegant handwriting. To the Dark Lord, I know I will be dead long before you read this, but I want you to know that it was I who discovered your secret. I have stolen the real Horcrux and intend to destroy it as soon as I can. I face death in the hope that when you meet your match, you will be mortal once more. R.A.B. Regulus Arcturus Black, Sirius said, his voice rough with emotion. My brother. He was a Death Eater, or he pretended to be. I always thought he died a coward, but this. He touched the note with trembling fingers. He died trying to destroy Voldemort. Then the real locket is somewhere else. Harry's mind was already working through possibilities. Somewhere Regulus would have hidden it. Somewhere he thought would be safe. He died before he could destroy it, Daphne said. The note says he intended to, not that he succeeded. So where would a dying man hide something he wanted destroyed? Harry looked around the room, the ancient Black family home, full of secrets and darkness and forgotten treasures. Creature. The house elf appeared with a crack, his bulging eyes suspicious. Master called. Creature, I need to know something. Harry knelt to meet the elf's eyes. Did Regulus Black ever give you anything to destroy? An old locket, perhaps. Something important. The elf's face twisted through emotions too complex to read. Then, slowly, he nodded. Master Regulus gave Creature a locket. Told Creature to destroy it. But Creature tried and couldn't. His voice broke. Creature failed Master Regulus. Failed and the locket is still here, hidden, Creature's shame. Where, Creature? Harry's voice was gentle but urgent. Where is the locket now? The elf disappeared and returned moments later, holding a golden locket that pulsed with malevolent energy. The real Horcrux. The real piece of Voldemort's soul. Harry took it carefully, feeling the dark magic writhing against his touch. You didn't fail, Creature. You kept it safe until someone could destroy it properly. He drew the basilisk fong from his belt, he carried it always now, prepared for exactly these moments. Watch. He placed the locket on the floor and drove the fong through its center. The scream that erupted was inhuman, agonizing, the sound of a soul being torn apart. Dark smoke poured from the wound, forming shapes, Harry's face, his parents' bodies, every nightmare the fragment could conjure, before dissipating into nothing. And then it was over. One more Horcrux destroyed. 2 remaining. Harry looked at Creature, who was staring at the destroyed locket with tears streaming down his wrinkled face. Master Regulus, the elf whispered. It is done. Creature has fulfilled Master Regulus's wish. Yes. Harry placed a hand on the elf's shoulder. He'd be proud of you, Creature. You kept faith for 15 years, waiting for someone who could finish what he started. The elf looked up at him with something that might have been gratitude, or loyalty, or simply recognition of a debt finally paid. Creature will serve Master Harry now, he said. Creature will help destroy the Dark Lord who killed Master Regulus. Thank you, Creature. We'll need all the help we can get. The war escalated through the winter and into spring. Voldemort's forces struck with increasing boldness, attacks on Order-safe houses, assassinations of ministry officials who'd switched sides, demonstrations of power designed to spread terror and despair. The Dark Lord was consolidating his position, building towards something larger. Harry's network worked to counter every move. Intelligence gathered, attacks anticipated, allies protected. It wasn't enough to win the war, but it was enough to survive it, and survival, for now, was victory enough. The cup fell next. Bill Weasley's contacts in Gringotts provided the opening, a brief window when the Lestrange Vault's protections would be weakened for routine maintenance. Harry led a team through the tunnels himself, facing dragon fire and cursed treasures and the relentless hostility of goblin guards. They emerged with Hufflepuff's cup and third-degree burns and a lifetime ban from the bank. Worth it. 2 Horcruxes remained, the diadem in Hogwarts, and whatever fragment resided in Nagini, the snake that never left Voldemort's side. The diadem's the easier target, Hermione argued during their planning session. We know where it is, we know how to access the Room of Requirement. We could destroy it tonight if we moved quickly. And alert Voldemort that we're hunting his Horcruxes. Harry shook his head. He still doesn't know we've destroyed the others. The moment he realizes, he'll protect Nagini with everything he has. So we wait. We prepare. Harry spread his maps across the table. The final confrontation is coming. Everything we've built, the network, the alliances, the intelligence, it all leads to one moment. Us against him, with everything on the line. And the prophecy? Daphne's voice was soft. Neither can live while the other survives. The prophecy means what we make it mean. Harry met her eyes. I'm not going to die for Dumbledore's greater good or anyone else's. I'm going to kill Voldemort, actually kill him, permanently, and then I'm going to live. That's the only future I'm planning for. Is that possible? With the connection between you, the scar, I don't know. Harry's voice was honest. The scar might be a Horcrux. I might have to die to destroy it. Or there might be another way, something we haven't discovered yet. He smiled grimly. But I'm not giving up until I've explored every option. I've come too far to accept sacrificial martyrdom as the only answer. The final battle began on a June evening, when Voldemort's forces breached Hogwarts wards. Harry felt it before the alarms even sounded, a tremor in the ancient magic that protected the castle, followed by a wave of darkness that swept across the grounds like a tide of shadow. Death Eaters, hundreds of them, accompanied by giants and dementors and creatures of nightmare. It's time, Harry said, drawing his wand. Around him, the DA was already mobilizing, students who trained for this moment for years, who knew exactly what was at stake and exactly what was required. The diadem first, Daphne said, falling into step beside him. We destroy it while Voldemort's focused on the battle. Then Nagini. Then him. Harry's voice was steady. Whatever happens tonight, this ends. One way or another. They moved through the castle's corridors, past students rushing to defensive positions, past teachers preparing wards and barricades, past the controlled chaos of a school transforming into a fortress. The Room of Requirement opened at Harry's approach, revealing the vast chamber of hidden things where the diadem had waited for 50 years. It took 20 minutes to find it, a tarnished tiara sitting atop a dusty wig, unremarkable except for the dark magic pulsing from its core. Harry raised the basilisk fawn. Wait. Hermione's voice was sharp. Something's wrong. The room, it's filling with fire. Fiend fire erupted from somewhere in the towering piles of forgotten treasures, spreading with impossible speed, transforming the room into an inferno of cursed flame. Harry glimpsed faces in the blaze, Death Eaters who'd followed them, now screaming as their own weapon consumed them. The diadem. Harry grabbed it, feeling the metal burn against his skin. We need to get out. They ran. The fire followed, hungry and intelligent, reaching for them with tendrils of animate flame. Neville found broomsticks buried under a collapsed shelf, barely functional, probably decades old, but enough. They flew through the conflagration, the heat searing their lungs, the roar of the flames drowning out everything else. The diadem in Harry's hand screamed as the fiend fire touched it. The cursed flames could destroy Horcruxes, Hermione had told him once, if you survived long enough to use them. They burst through the door as the room collapsed behind them, the diadem crumbling to ash in Harry's grip. 4 Horcruxes destroyed. 1 remaining. And somewhere in the battle raging outside, Voldemort waited. The grounds of Hogwarts had become a war zone. Harry fought his way through the chaos, his allies at his side, cutting down Death Eaters who got in their way. Giants fell to coordinated curse fire. Dementors fled before patron uses that blazed like silver stars. The defenders were holding, but barely, the enemy's numbers were overwhelming, and more arrived with every passing minute. He found Voldemort at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, surrounded by his inner circle, Nagini coiled at his feet. Harry Potter. The Dark Lord's voice carried across the battlefield, magically amplified. At last. Come to meet your destiny. Come to end yours. Harry stepped forward, his wand raised. Your Horcruxes are destroyed, Tom. All of them except the snake at your feet. You're mortal now, as mortal as the day you were born. Something flickered in Voldemort's red eyes. Doubt. Fear. The emotions he'd spent decades trying to excise from his soul. Impossible. You couldn't have, the diary in the chamber. The ring in the gaunt shack. The locket your follower Regulus stole. The cup from Bellatrix's vault. The diadem in the room of hidden things. Harry smiled coldly. Did you think no one was paying attention? Did you think you could scatter pieces of your soul across Britain and no one would notice? Even if this is true, Nagini remains. And so does, Voldemort's wand rose, pointing at Harry's forehead. So does the fragment I placed in you, the night I tried to kill you. Did you know that, Harry? Did your precious Dumbledore tell you that you're a Horcrux too? The words landed like physical blows. Harry had suspected, had feared, but hearing it confirmed, here, now, in the midst of battle. I know, he said, his voice steady despite the turmoil inside him. I've known for months. And I've prepared. He raised his left hand, showing Voldemort the scar there, not the lightning bolt on his forehead, but a new mark, carefully carved, surrounded by runes that pulsed with golden light. Ancient magic, Harry explained. Blood magic, sacrifice magic, the same power my mother used to protect me. I've spent the past year preparing this, a ritual to extract and destroy the Horcrux fragment without killing the host. His smile turned sharp. Did you think I'd accept death just because you told me I had to? Voldemort's face twisted with fury. That's impossible. The soul fragment is tied to your very essence, the soul fragment is tied to the scar. The scar is not the same as my soul. Harry's wand came up. I learned that from your own research, Tom. The journals you kept at Hogwarts, the notes you left behind. You were so obsessed with your own immortality that you never considered someone might use your knowledge against you. You're bluffing. There's one way to find out. Harry spoke the word he'd been practicing for months, an ancient phrase in a language older than Latin, older than runes, the language of the magic that had saved him as an infant. The runic scar on his hand blazed with light, and he felt something tear loose from behind his eyes, pain. Agony beyond anything he'd experienced, worse than the cruciatus, worse than the potion in the cave. The soul fragment fought to stay anchored, fought to drag Harry down with it into oblivion. But Harry had prepared for this too. He'd trained his occlumency to diamond-hard perfection, learned to partition his mind into compartments that could be sealed and sacrificed. The fragment was in one such compartment now, isolated, contained, and as the ritual completed, destroyed. The light faded. The pain stopped. Harry stood, breathing hard, his lightning bolt scar no longer burning with someone else's presence. He was free. "Nagini," he said, raising his wand toward the snake. "Now." Behind him, Neville Longbottom emerged from the shadows, the sword of Gryffindor in his hands, claimed from the Sorting Hat moments before, as Harry had planned. The blade swung in a perfect arc, severing Nagini's head in a single stroke. The snake collapsed. The final Horcrux was destroyed. And Lord Voldemort, for the first time in 50 years, was truly mortal. The duel that followed would be remembered for generations. Harry and Voldemort circled each other in the first light of dawn, the battle frozen around them as combatants from both sides stopped to watch. This was it, the confrontation that prophecy had promised, that everything had been building toward since the night Harry's parents died. "You've surprised me," Voldemort admitted, his voice carrying an edge that might have been respect. "I underestimated you. I won't make that mistake again." "You've been making that mistake your whole life." Harry's voice was calm, his mind clear. "Underestimating love. Underestimating loyalty. Underestimating everyone who doesn't share your fear of death." "Fear?" Voldemort laughed. "I have conquered death. You've run from it. Hidden from it. Mutilated your own soul trying to escape it." Harry shook his head. "But death comes for everyone, Tom. Even you. And tonight, it finally catches up." Voldemort's wand slashed through the air. Harry was already moving. The spells that followed were too fast to track, too complex to describe. Two masters of magic pushed to their absolute limits, each fighting with everything they had. Voldemort had power and experience, Harry had youth and preparation. Voldemort fought to survive, Harry fought for everyone he loved. And in the end, that made all the difference. The killing curse met Harry's disarming charm in midair, and something extraordinary happened. Their wands connected, brother wands, cores from the same phoenix, forced into direct conflict for the first time since Harry had survived in the graveyard. But this time, Harry wasn't a terrified boy hoping for escape. He was a warrior who trained for this moment, who'd prepared every contingency, who knew exactly what he was fighting for. The wands resonated. The connection strengthened. And through it, Harry poured everything he had, not just his magic, but his will, his determination, the love and hope and fierce protective fury that Voldemort had never understood and could never counter. The Dark Lord's wand flew from his grip. Harry caught it with his free hand. And then, without hesitation, without remorse, without the mercy that Voldemort had never shown anyone, Harry spoke the words that ended it. Avada Kedavra. Green light. A rushing sound, like wings. And Lord Voldemort, the most feared dark wizard in history, crumpled to the ground and was finally, irrevocably, dead. The aftermath was chaos, celebration, and exhaustion in equal measure. Harry stood in the great hall, surrounded by the survivors, accepting congratulations he barely registered. The battle was over. The war was won. And somehow, against all odds, he was still alive. Daphne found him as the sun rose fully, her face streaked with dirt and tears, her Ice Queen composure finally, completely shattered. "You did it," she whispered. "You actually did it. We did it." He pulled her close, feeling her heart beating against his chest. "All of us, together. I couldn't have, shut up and hold me." He did. Around them, the great hall slowly emptied as the wounded were treated and the dead were honored. Dumbledore was among the fallen, killed by Snape in a complicated sacrifice that Harry was only beginning to understand. So were others, Fred Weasley, Remus Lupin, Nymphadora Tonks. Names that would be remembered, lives that would be mourned. But they had won. Against all odds, against an enemy who should have been immortal, against a world that had tried to shape Harry into a weapon, they had won on their own terms. What happens now? Daphne asked finally, pulling back to look at him. Harry thought about it. The Ministry would need rebuilding. The laws that had enabled Voldemort's rise would need changing. The old divisions between light and dark, between pureblood and muggleborn, would need healing. And he was Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the Grey Lord who defeated Voldemort through preparation and cunning and the power of alliances forged in truth. Now, he said slowly, we build something better. 1 year later. Harry stood on the balcony of the newly renamed Ministry of Magic. The name change had been his suggestion, part of a broader reform initiative that was slowly transforming wizarding government, and watched the crowds below celebrating the anniversary of Voldemort's defeat. So much had changed. Hermione was leading the Department for Magical Creatures Reform, revolutionizing the treatment of house elves and werewolves and goblins. Neville had taken over as herbology professor at Hogwarts, determined to give students the kind of education he'd never received. Ron had surprised everyone by joining the Aurors, and excelling, finally finding a path that was his alone. And Harry. Harry was chief warlock of the Wizengamot, the youngest in history, using the position to dismantle the corrupt structures that had enabled so much suffering for so long. You're brooding again. Daphne appeared beside him, elegant in formal robes that declared her own position, Director of Magical Cooperation, managing the international alliances that Harry had begun building years ago. This is a celebration. I know. I'm just. He searched for words. Thinking about everyone who should be here. Everyone we lost. They'd be proud of what we've built. Would they? Harry turned to face her. Sometimes I wonder if we've done enough. If we're really changing anything, or just rearranging the same old patterns. Harry. She took his face in her hands, forcing him to meet her eyes. You defeated the darkest wizard in history. You've reformed more laws in 1 year than the Ministry changed in the previous century. You've created a world where children like you won't suffer what you suffered. Her smile was fierce and loving. That's not nothing. That's everything. He kissed her, feeling the familiar rightness of her presence, the partnership they'd built through years of struggle and sacrifice. I love you, he said when they parted. I know. Her smile turned playful. I am rather lovable. He laughed, genuinely laughed, the way he still sometimes forgot he was allowed to do, and pulled her close. Below, the crowd was calling his name. The celebration continued, the world moved forward, and the future stretched out before them like an unwritten book. The Grey Lord had risen. The Dark Lord had fallen. And Harry Potter, at last, was free.